Okay, Nerd Squad, we're live. I'm watching the timer. We got a 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. Typing into the chat, I ended for live, attempting to boot terrorist upstairs off my Google/YouTube account via their ongoing acts of obstruction, tampering, etc. See all primary updates in description. And now I'm going to go to the preceding live stream and I'm going to set it to public. There are some things that we need to go over, but basically all of those things were just addressed in the preceding live stream, which I inadvertently shut off. And I'm about to set that to public, and I'm going to update in the description that I terminated the live stream. Note, I terminated 2:23:907 a.m. live without stating end time due to countermeasures FBI instructed me to take regarding Unit 207 NEP ongoing cyber obstruction, tampering, etc. A new live is running, set to private at 10 a.m. And I'm scrolling down to open and add a thumbnail. Setting the preceding live stream. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not doing that yet. Going back to the live stream that's recording right now. Popping in the description from the preceding live stream. Okay, saving the title and description on this video, Nerd Squad at 10:23 a.m. Bouncing back to that preceding live stream, setting it to public. And gosh, I really don't want to hear it again, but clicking save. Oh, wait. Yep, clicking save, 10:23 a.m. They were attempting to use incognito office editing for their hacking, Nerd Squad. It's shown up repeatedly. Every time I open a new tab, they automatically launch their spare renderer. What do we have to go over? Let's click on the preceding live stream and we'll just play that. It goes over everything that we need to go over. $301 videos set for public consumption at the moment, Nerd Squad. This is the pre-streaming live stream. It just goes over everything I already went over and don't want to go over again right now in the immediate. Unit 207 is preventing it from playing. Okay, here we go. Looks like it's going to play now. Okay, Nerd Squad, I'd say we're reconnected, but my YouTube live stream just showed that it had been running for 2 minutes and 33 seconds, then showed a 9-second delay because of the domestic terrorist upstairs. What's up, guys? Whatever they're doing. Nerd Perpetrating Squad, domestic terrorism is what they're doing still at 10:28 a.m. In the prior live stream, it appears to be a mute point. Once I do it, they just instantaneously hop back on and re-enable the same shit. That being said, maybe that's why you had me do it. So you wanted to show that their criminal intent is indeed to obstruct, tamper, intimidate, hack, and, perpetrate acts of domestic terrorism in a futile attempt to defraud their employer.
Your own employer.
And the United States of America.
You're dumb as fuck. You
So it is
disappointed
currently
the Attorney
9:09
General.
a.m. PST. There's a series of things that we need
Not
to go
talking to
over.
the whistleblowers.
There's also a series of things that I need to do, which don't include me staring at the fucking task manager and this live stream concurrently the whole time, but I guess we're gonna have to do that for a while based on the activity of the domestic terrorist upstairs today. So we'll do that for a little bit. We'll hold space.
The recording's still going. You'll hear it in a minute. At this point in time, I believe I was puffing on a cigar.
I'm attempting to open another tab, but this is more like a test than anything else to see if it signs me out. Opening a new tab makes the spare renderer pop back up in the task manager because of Unit 207. Clicking back, it does indeed take me back to the live stream. Attempting to navigate to youtube.com primarily so I can set one of the preceding live streams to public. If I didn't already, I just can't recall. I'm looking at the same thing, Nerd Squad, on the task manager. Now we have service worker again. You're not a service worker, dude. You're a domestic terrorist going to prison for the rest of your life.
Still true an hour later.
Real talk.
Whistleblowers excluded. The whistleblowers are in danger, dude. They're in danger. They're getting paid well for doing the right thing, and in the meantime, they need to not get shot or have a fellow officer throw them in the loony bin.
Clicking on the lives in the YouTube studio, Nerd Squad, that opened up the same thing. Service worker, spare renderer. They got rid of service worker. They want to be discreet. You're not discreet at all.
Not
the
at all.
FBI had me tell you dumbasses way back in August the following, which I didn't even know what it meant, but now seems like a good time to reiterate it. The FBI has access to all data. 100%. All data. What does that mean? I don't know. You idiots upstairs know, don't you?
An hour
it means
later,
something. Something that you idiots who haven't blown the whistle should really ponder on and reflect about. Because the something is important to the FBI. Ergo, it must be important to you. Navigating to that precinct live. Haven't set it to public yet because I did not update the description Nerd Squad, which I'm doing now, and then I will set it to public. And I'm updating in the description for the preceding live stream 223 Unit 207 North Everett Precinct using spare renderer extensions labs to hack and once again pretend to be the owner of yet another device of the thousands of dollars and devices that their domestic terrorist organization has already attacked, destroyed, tampered with, and obstruction applies to all. Took about 1 hour while my door was closed to do a list of things per the FBI, namely opening up my task manager and seeing all the various pieces of evidence of Unit 207, North Everett Precincts, ongoing commitment to their aggravated criminal conspiracy turned domestic terrorist organization. Okay.
Opening a third tab, Nerd Squad, to go to Gmail.
I am about to save this, Nerd Squad, and then I will make it public. I also have to add a screenshot. And I'm uploading the thumbnail you told me to upload, Nerd Squad. Still doing the shared worker thing. We're not shared workers. You're domestic terrorist and going to prison. You're blacklisted from going to the White House. You literally aren't allowed at the White House, even for a tour. Unit 207.
Not even for a
Whistleblowers
tour.
excluded.
Not even for a tour. What's that mean? It means
Yep,
the
it's not just
Secret
countries that
Service
don't have
has you dumb
extradition that
fucks
you
on
can't
a
rock
list.
with.
You're dumb as
Oh, I've
fuck.
somehow magically opened up an invisible file to open. I think this would be a good one to screenshot. Unit 207's terrorism. Now they're trying the extension image loader in the spare renderer. We'll add that to the description. Invisible Windows image loader, cached forward and back. I'll update that in a second here, Nerd Squad. They're attempting to play file manager, so I'll throw that in there as well. Oh, my bad. Uploading thumbnail and then ending when it says shared worker. That may be me. Shared worker may be me, Nerd Squad. Oh, no, it's not, because it shows up as spare renderer. We know that's the domestic terrorist organization, because that's what the Nerd Squad said yesterday. When they told me to do what I did this morning, guys. If you missed it, yesterday I was under orders to not look at any of my YouTube live streams because the FBI was gathering data and evidence on all the idiots upstairs who want to go to prison with their boss.
You don't really want to go to prison. Think about it, dumbasses. You're fucking dumb as fuck, dude. I can't believe I have to do this shit, and I didn't even fuck you guys. You're disgusting. Disgusting, dude. Stalkers who've never even fucked you. Women who abuse your children in front of you. I mean, ew. Shame on all of you. Whistleblowers excluded. Also, shout out to codenames Glenn and Phil. Just throwing that out there. Shout out to codenames Glenn and Phil. Fuck you, Lisa. Lisa's like, I will spare renderer and spare renderer all day.
Setting the preceding live
I will
stream
click that
public
shit
Nerd Squad
every
at
5
9:18
seconds.
a.m.
You're fucking nuts, lady. You're still going to prison. Keep clicking it. Keep in mind, the FBI told me I only had to end it once. They wanted it for some sort of evidence. It has nothing to do. Like what you're trying to do, what I'm trying to do has nothing to do with what the FBI wants. You're just annoying me. I already did what the FBI told me to do. In some way, that pulls some of you with hooks in your fucking faces right out the water. Maybe the 2 individuals the FBI thinks is going to make it a domestic terrorist organization doesn't going to prison. Remember?
We're at 10. There's one individual. They won't know if he's going to prison or she's going to prison until a certain date, which suggests to me it's someone in a courthouse. A certain date, waiting to see if they're corrupt. I mean, that's speculation, but that's how I've connected that dot. And then the other individual is someone that's been playing I am the Terminator all week. Well, most notably the last few days. Someone that for whatever reason the FBI doesn't want to send to prison. Maybe they're awkwardly nerdy. I don't know.
Okay, Nerd Squad, I've written in the comments of this video in the chat, see description and preceding live stream on Unit 207 NEP. Domestic terrorism by a task manager. Image
maybe they're a fall guy in denial. I don't know. But the FBI likes someone upstairs that's been doing no-nos.
Namely, written description and thumbnail. Screenshotting that now, Nerd Squad, at 9:19 a.m.
Liking my own video on this preceding live stream that you're listening to, which is just saying a bunch of shit that none of us care about. We're about to get to the legal stuff. This shit the Nerd Squad cares about. Oh my goodness, how long does it go on for? I thought I played the recording. Oh, I must be getting to it because I think it runs for like 20-something minutes. Okay, I'm impatient. I'm fast forwarding through this. I'm pretty sure I already said everything that the Nerd Squad wanted me to rehear, and the video's fucking public. Fast forwarding to where I play a different recording.
If you see something in the task manager, end it, basically. That's not the full instructions, but over a week ago, well, I guess about a week ago, this is 216 debrief. We're going to push play on this video, just so you guys can listen to like the first 30 minutes of it. Here we go. Remember, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, I didn't end it. The domestic terrorist upstairs. Good morning, good morning. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, FBI, sheriffs, various police departments in Snohomish County who are aware of the situation. That unfortunately there's going to be an exodus of the North Everett precinct, and that unfortunately the North Everett precinct stopped being a police precinct and became an aggravated criminal conspiracy.
Extension image loader and spare renderer. Lisa, Lisa, do you have wax in your ears, Lisa?
2024, and now as of 2025, in less than 5 weeks, there will be a quote exodus of the North Everett precinct.
Longer than 5 weeks. Longer than 5 weeks.
Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording with Misty.
As long as Missy blows her top, the FBI plans on allowing you guys to proceed until April, but they require Mrs. 80 plus years to blow her top.
Informant.
Remember, they want that sundown Monday. That's tomorrow.
One of many. There are over 20 plus individuals that will be testifying against this domestic terrorist organization. And basically all of them that are upstairs that are whistleblowers are victims just like me. Victims who are at risk of worse retaliation than me, which to me says getting shot. They're at risk of getting shot. Or committed. The FBI said that's a go-to for corrupt precincts throughout the nation. They always start falsely committing officers who cooperate with the FBI before they get wiped out. That's from the FBI. It's a normal pattern of behavior when a precinct becomes a terrorist organization. But since I've had to go over them, like, I don't know, over 80 times or something like that, how many live streams have they criminally?
In fact, I'm going to throw that in the chat, Nerd Squad. FBI states if their op is not fucked with
by going over. And then remember, guys, the FBI has said there's a couple of individuals who thought that retirement meant no detainment and no arraignment. And they are wrong. They're going to find out. They're going to be detained and arraigned even though they retired.
More than one.
Which, like all of the legal documents, should be visible for all of you at facebook.com/mysticwin lives only you. But Unit 207's been using their law
And what's funny is the people they planned on
for
using
a lot of felonies,
as their fall guys and gals
including
are some of the people that will be justifying.
So whether or not it's actually visible to you, I can't tell you, because they've been using their fraudulent North Everett precinct Facebook accounts.
Remember, the FBI is excited to
some of the officers have
abdicate
been using since
quote,
2017
people from
to
positions
terrorize
of power.
you.
That means
If
forcibly
you missed it,
removed.
part of the reason the FBI has full jurisdiction.
But retirement does not block you from detainment and arraignment, and that applies, it's my understanding, to two individuals.
Which were reported to the FBI, as the threats came from police officers at the North Everett precinct, the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, some friends/drug users of the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees. And a lawyer of mine that I used to have a sexual relationship with,
I'm going to pause it there just so I can read aloud what I just threw in the chat here on this very live stream that's running at 10:44 a.m. PST. First off, Nerd Squad, even though it was set up to be timestamped, it is not reflecting as timestamped on the chat. So I don't know if that's because I had to follow your instructions with the stream key. Maybe I was supposed to reset that setting. Or actually, hang on. Maybe it's per live stream. Yes, it is. Timestamps. Enabling it right now, Nerd Squad. Okay, timestamps are enabled. So I've just thrown into the comments here one new comment. Unit 207, though, they're still like, I want to go to prison. I love Miss Jersey Devil. I love Miss Codename Jersey Devil. Okay, now go do crafts. Go do crafts, you dumb fucks. Have a snack. God. All right. So the last, I'll just read all three comments that you should be able to see here, because even though the chat will be disabled, the replay relay is supposed to be set on per the FBI. So first chat in this video, 10:19 a.m. I ended prior live attempting to boot terrorist upstairs off my Google YouTube account via their ongoing acts of obstruction, tampering, etc. 10:19 a.m. See all primary updates in description. Then at 10:44 a.m., FBI states if their op is not fucked with, codename Jersey Devil, lady facing multiple felony aggravated kidnapping charges, circa today. Boom, boom, boom. I thought it was tomorrow. It's today. Blows her top on Monday night after sundown. No one will be detained until April. Let me reread that without my little side note. FBI states if their op is not fucked with, codename Jersey Devil, lady facing multiple felony aggravated kidnapping charges, blows her top on Monday night after sundown. No one will be detained until April. Now, that being said, I'm going to make this full size, and now I'm going to go into the chat and disable the chat, but leave the replay on this live stream at 10:46 a.m. Live chat turned off, but live chat replay saved at 10:46 a.m. Nerd Squad. Okay. Now we're going back to that preceding live stream that we were listening to that finally got to the bits that are interesting to everyone that doesn't get paid to work on the internet.
who I was friends with before he was ever my lawyer and had a relationship with before he was ever my lawyer.
That's important to emphasize because it means it wasn't illegal, guys.
And then the domestic terrorist organization upstairs.
If we didn't start fucking around until after he was my lawyer,
you know, the one that was reported about.
If you're fucking around and then a year later they become your lawyer, it's not good.
Were also recorded. Well, according to the FBI, every one of those named individuals that were reported 8 years ago for the very crimes your domestic terrorist organization perpetrated. Well, get this. All of them except for one individual is going to prison with you guys.
All but one.
They're all part of it.
All but one.
Part of the reason why the FBI has full jurisdictional authority. Now, again, we're going to go over that.
Hunter, you and your little cat butt.
February 13th report first.
All up in my
And
space.
for that,
All up
I
in
am
my
going
space.
to play
You
a
little butt.
preceding live stream.
It's because you know I love it. It's so cute with your little bald patch.
One
Because you're
that they
crazy.
criminally
You're
and
crazy.
illegally shut off
That's actually what you're listening to, but in this recording, I am playing another preceding live stream. So remember, it's Sunday, February 23rd, 9:29 a.m., and you're listening to a live stream
You
that's
look like a
titled
monkey
16
right now.
Debrief.
When a cat sits like this, cats don't sit like that, Hunter. You're a cat.
Like debrief.
Quit acting like you're a small
If you just
human.
search 216 debrief, it'll pop right up.
Indigo's laptop rumor, they also broke Garrett's brand new laptop yesterday. One of thousands of dollars of technological devices they've criminally and illegally broken. Most notably, the multiple things that they broke in February of 2024. Again, never part of any sort of legitimate operation. This is a domestic terrorist organization. It's an aggravated criminal conspiracy and a criminal enterprise. It's never been a legit operation since its inception. It's been a criminal enterprise, an aggravated criminal conspiracy.
That's been verified by the FBI. I stupidly was like, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe for one day they thought it was legit. No. The FBI says for over a year before, they were waiting, looking, attempting to create an opportunity.
I'm going to click on it,
And then it
I'm going to
presents
fast
itself.
forward about 2 hours in.
Never a legit operation.
This is the addendum from February 13th.
Taking screenshots,
They
Nerd
being
Squad,
the ones
as
the
you
FBI is
stated,
deciding to throw
they've
at
set
us.
it up so that when
There's
I'm
only a
playing a
handful of
video
people.
like this
But
preceding
according to the
live
FBI,
stream,
they're trying to determine whether two
it will
other
automatically
people
attempt to
will
criminally and
with
illegally
10
terminate
they
it
confirmed are.
under service worker HTTPS. I've screenshotted it showing their attempts to do just that. Whoever wrote the code fucked up because they're still allowing it to keep reoccurring even though I've got plenty of images.
Evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise in domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500594, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report / addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their
the chair. I knew you did came and yelled at me to say, I'm peeing on the chair, but you got your number, so why?
Discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities.
Giving me something
They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off in a
still full.
three live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially. That should say everything that is written here.
Absolutely.
There is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that damn near every day that I've been illegally detained. Moving on. February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During a live stream, Unit 207 illegally terminated the broadcast and in a significant escalation of evidence tampering, erased a 20-plus hour recording stored offline. This act was concurrent with criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description
They are very efficient, though. For domestic terrorists, look at this level
to
of
terminate the
efficiency.
broadcast while it
Just like the
You
Nazis.
got everyone that gives them
That level of efficiency.
everyone should never have been allowed to give any orders.
Speculated in the February 8th addendum. Obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m. PST. Live termination, as noted above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST. Female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST. Female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. Live stream terminated from 7:06 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. Update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes. Believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated the prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44
Lawyers,
a.m.
dude.
PST.
Lawyers.
February 12th to
Fucking
February
lawyers.
14th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally that the actions documented herein and all prior filings are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any legal pretext. This is an aggravated criminal conspiracy, a criminal enterprise and constitutes the actions of a domestic terrorist organization. The perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety, cybercrimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping, ongoing illegal detainment within my own home, and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations. Systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability. Financial fraud and extortion. Attempts to extort and defraud me through various illegal means. 4. No immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated.
Let it be explicitly
Unlawful
stated.
directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts. Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally and criminally liable for their participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under law.
Maximum penalties.
Echoes of January 2024, pattern of
Mystic
criminality
macaw. That's
confirmed.
my parrot impersonation.
It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new.
Getting a
January
macaw.
2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same two males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities, and to plan their kidnapping until August 17, 2024. Destruction of personal property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2023. Theft, stealing money from each and every delivery I received for all of my deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate legal operation.
The FBI's confirmed that like everything you guys have done that's been super duper big no-nos, other than tampering, wouldn't have been allowed in any investigation. So if you've ever been ordered to do it in prior ones, that's just a testament of some of the individuals they're excited to remove from power.
Their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal enterprise, operating with impunity and a complete disregard for the law. 6. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated to reflect the additional criminal acts documented in this addendum. 100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 187 days. 10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence. Increase million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the breaking and entering on January 29th. 10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report.
Also, just a heads up, the FBI did confirm that it was indeed that there was one or more individual they didn't want to send to jail,
police reports,
which is why they've been so nice the last 2 days.
This applies to all reports.
So congrats if you're that individual or a couple of them. You're liked by the FBI.
10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. 10 million.
More than one person in good standing with the FBI was above my condo yesterday, according to the FBI.
10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025.
So I don't know why we're doing all this.
Rejection of 2A report, 40 million, quadruple penalty. Live stream terminations February 10th to the 13th, at least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing stalking, harassment, and cybercrimes penalties continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7. Conclusion. This fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct Unit 207 and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise in a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children, and the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments and the increasingly egregious nature of these crimes. This document serves as formal legal notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare no penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025, time 3:49 a.m.
So just to be clear, it's actually 9:48 a.m. There's been some updates. For those, I'm going to direct you to simply look in the description. That will help you with that. And then remember, if the live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, I didn't end it, the individuals upstairs did. Otherwise, in the event that I did end it, you will see written in the description, I ended this and forgot to say the end time. Something that hasn't happened until today, just for a period of time while the FBI had instructed me to do a series of things. Something I was doing was either not in line with their instructions, or Unit 207 set it up so it would just automatically keep signing me out over and over again. Okay, so it is now 11:07 a.m. PST. I'm going to X out of this preceding recording and just give a little update here. This is something the Nerd Squad obviously was already aware of, because now it makes total sense why they told me yesterday. If you missed it, if you go back to some of the preceding live streams, I know there seems like there's a plethora from yesterday. That's because of the FBI giving me instructions and them collecting data and evidence. That's their words, not mine. Anyway, they had given me instructions, like, I don't know exactly what time it was. I want to say yesterday afternoon, but it may have been yesterday at dinner time. Anyway, their instructions were weird. They told me don't click on any of my videos because they wanted to collect, quote, data and, quote, evidence. So I didn't click on any. Then they told me this morning that I was going to go into Task Manager, that I was going to see some things, and I was to end those processes, and I did that. But every time that I end them, Unit 207 just restarts them over and over and over again. And they obviously have written some sort of code that makes it so anytime I open a video, including the one that you just literally heard me play on the Task Manager, and I took a series of screenshots of this, it shows underneath that tab, Unit 207, written as Service Worker, HTTPS for the YouTube video, or rather just YouTube in general. Any video I click on YouTube, I'm guessing it's going to do this to. I'm going to test out that theory because the FBI didn't say that. But that's what my brain is comprehending based on the screenshots I just took and what just happened with the preceding live stream. But with the preceding live stream that I was just playing, shows up in the Task Manager that that video is playing. And then right below that, without the YouTube logo, it says Service Worker. And then it showed that the CPU and the network were deliberately being, what is the right word? Is it pinged or jammed or throttled? I don't know. They were making it so the CPU would drop, and most notably, the network would drop from 100 and something to 90 to 70 to 50 to 0. 0 is the key number. For those of you who aren't great with computers, I do know that that means that they're disconnecting any recording that I click on and play and stopping the stream. Which, again, I'm going to speculate here because remember, I'm not an employee for the FBI. I'm just an informant. And everything I get is on a need-to-know basis. I'm going to speculate that that is why the Nerd Squad told me don't click on any of your videos while we gathered data and evidence and sent me over to the Task Manager today. Now, as if it's not bad enough that these imbeciles have destroyed my life for 2 years and literally made me feel like my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser has been keeping me imprisoned in a cage while starving me and abusing my children in front of me. This is one of their co-conspirators, a fellow domestic terrorist of theirs. That's what it's felt like for me for 2 years next month. Regardless of that, I'm going to be super pissed if I can't play podcast or watch foreign films while they're illegally detaining me. And this is a little annoying because I have to leave this window open that's running the live stream. But I feel like I'm taking a risk to even close the Task Manager at this point. And I have a ham radio, but I don't have a license, and I live really close to a Navy base, and you can get arrested for that if you get on the Navy's channel on accident. Because I'm tempted to do that and just talk to some of my friends that are over there. But I could go to jail for that, so we won't be doing that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to risk it. It's 11:12 a.m. I'm going to minimize the Task Manager, and I'm going to open a window that is not incognito. The live stream is running incognito. The new window has appeared. I'm going to open up the Task Manager and see if that did anything. Just opening the window. Yes, it did. It brought up the spare renderer and process. It brought up subframe Chrome /untrusted under tab, new tab. And all I did was open a window. So let's try Spotify. Open Spotify.com. I'll check the Task Manager in a minute. I'm going to go through the login process on Spotify. Okay, opening up Spotify brings up Spotify, service worker, dedicated worker, subframe, HTTPS google.com, extension image loader. Image loader might have been because I just took a screenshot. So I'm closing everything that they have under Spotify. Oh, and that closed Spotify as a whole. Reopening Spotify. Same thing showing up. Dedicated worker, subframe Google, ending process. Now I've got service worker underneath Spotify. Oh, and we have utility wide something content decryption. We're ending that. And spare renderer. Again, all I've done is open up a new window that's not incognito and go to Spotify. Attempting to log into Spotify, I'm looking at all of the same things again. Ending the spare renderer again. Ending the dedicated worker that should say dedicated terrorist, dude. Entering in the login credentials for Spotify on that browser that is not incognito, that isn't logged into any Google account. Push login for the credentials. And it's not logging me in. Oops, something went wrong. Clicking login again. Getting the same, oops, something went wrong. Nothing went wrong. Unit 207 is perpetrating domestic terrorism. Let's try Tubi. I want podcast. But as long as I've got something. Attempting to go to Tubi, we get the spare renderer again right off the bat as soon as it executes. Ending process. Service worker shows up under Tubi even. Even under Tubi? Selecting foreign whore. Clicked on a foreign film. We have dedicated worker, 2 dedicated workers, and 1 domestic terrorist all popping up under Tubi. Clicking end process to see if that ends the film. And it does. Reopening the same tab, we have just service worker under Tubi. Now we have those 2 dedicated workers again. Attempting to delete them. It's blocked. Ending process again. Okay, now navigating to youtube.com from the browser that is not incognito. On Unit 207 has spare renderer automatically come on, ending that process. Service worker. And again, with that same thing, bouncing to 0, bouncing to 0. Brittany Schmidt podcast. Okay, I don't know who the Cody Tucker is, but Brittany Schmidt was a guest on his podcast 3 weeks ago. Let's click on this video and see what happens.
You are using apple cider vinegar the wrong
Same
way.
thing.
If your
We've got
goal
service
is to lose
worker
belly
and we've
fat,
got
you need to use it the
subframe.
right way.
HTTPS
Guys,
Google
I
ending
discovered
process.
a way to turn apple cider
Space
vinegar into
renderer
something even more
ending
powerful than
process.
those Manjaro pens. Seriously, when you take it the right way, it shrinks your belly, reduces inflammation.
I mean, that was the plan, was to become a teacher.
Yeah.
I would have really doomed an entire generation of kids.
Well, don't worry, they're already doomed.
Well, yeah, I couldn't have made it any worse, really.
Yeah.
Maybe me fucking lumbering through a sentence might actually help them a little bit.
I don't know. I think the way you do stuff, at least on social media, is interesting with the way that our attention span is so short now. You know? Like, oh, I just learned like 5 things I didn't know in, 45 seconds, which is the only way I'm going to learn anything.
Well, I appreciate you checking it out. I mean, I do. Yeah. I do like enjoy doing it, and history, pop culture, all that's always been like super interesting to me. I just didn't know like what I was gonna do with it.
Yeah. Do you know what you're gonna do with it now? Just keep
I mean, I'm kind of doing it. I think. Yeah. I mean, I plan on just keep doing this till the wheels fall off, which will probably be a couple of weeks if I had to guess. But now I am working on a book, which I haven't really talked about too much, but I am working on kind of turning the whole thing into like just one big old book.
I love that, like a coffee table book.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more
it's
like
the same thing.
book.
So again, guys, this isn't even relevant. The FBI didn't ask me to do what I'm doing right now. It's just that I as someone that's not employed by the FBI, I now see exactly why the FBI told me don't click on any of my YouTube videos yesterday. They're literally actively attempting to terminate this podcast from 3 weeks ago, the way they've set up their code. And it's visually apparent in the task manager when it goes from 645 KBs to 0.
Oh, that seems way too short.
Okay,
with the memory footprint and CPU.
I think girls poop a lot. Yeah, I think girls poop a lot.
And the service worker underneath the tab.
Like, built for speed in there.
Well, it's more streamlined, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of barriers to get across, and a lot of traffic stops, military police, things like that. Yeah. It's like East Berlin. But so anyway, so I decided, I was like, well, I'm gonna make each story the exact amount of time the average person takes a shit to read.
Right.
So every time you take a dump, you can learn something.
I love that.
It's the plan. Yeah.
I just downloaded an app on my phone called Smarty Me, and it's like it's supposed to be teaching me stuff, but it's really not getting my attention. And I think it's from China, so I'm like, I don't want a Chinese app teaching me or just like the world history.
It's just reprogramming your mind, brainwashing you. It's like you're outside just like smashing cinder blocks all day. Like, I don't know why, but I love this.
Right. Yeah. So,
now, is there like a certain thing that you're interested in? Like just more than others?
I don't know if this is because it's something my dad's really interested in, but recently I've become really interested in World War II. Which
yes.
I'm listening to a documentary about Adolf Hitler, and or not a documentary, a podcast about Hitler, and it's the longest podcast in the world, by the way. Like, I'm never going to get through it. It's like so much. I'm literally just now where he's getting like denied from art school, and he's like a vegetarian and he doesn't have sex, and I'm like, well, I feel like we could have prevented the Holocaust.
I think there's a lot of
some pussy,
Yeah. Well, I think art school was not going to help him in that field.
Well, no, I think art school, if they would have just let him in, he got denied 3 times.
Have you ever looked at his paintings? They're not that good. I mean, it's understandable.
No, but I think if somebody is, adamant enough to apply 3 times, you should just let them in, because otherwise they're going to commit genocide.
Well, that is a good point. I'm still waiting for the blowback from some of the American Idol people that didn't get passed through. I'm waiting for one of them to rise through the ranks.
Right.
Yeah, World War II is a fascinating one. And, you can't trust a dad who isn't into World War II.
Oh, Unit 207, you should be saying thanks. You should be like, well, thanks, FBI. You told her to do one task, and now you gave us something to do today.
The only war that we got involved in.
Dude, that's what my cat said to me about why he peed on the chair today when he has his yummy, delicious food, and then meowed at me to let me know he was doing it beforehand, which you heard in the 7-hour-long live stream.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking
when
about
my cat just started meowing at random and I yelled meep or whatever, he was literally telling me, I'm going to pee on the chair because I'm mad at you.
Well, America, once we like.
Well, where you were.
Anyway, he has his favorite kind of cat food at the moment, so I don't know why he did it. And I asked him, and then he meowed at me, and it was very clear by his meow tone that he was saying, I did it to give you something to do. Clean up my pee.
I did not find out that we were on the wrong side.
So if you're wondering what's going on,
very late in life.
I did it so you'd have something to do.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
Since you won't do arts and crafts.
Wait, we were the bad
or snacks.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know that.
That's so. My ex-husband, his family is from South Carolina.
Maybe your doing can be. There's nothing that can be done. That would be cool.
4th of July with them, and they're still waving. Not his family, but people in South Carolina are still waving the Confederate flag, and I'm like, hey guys.
Well, it was like their state flag until like pretty recently.
And listen, it's a badass flag, but it stands for horrible things. So.
Yeah. It's well, it's. I mean, in some ways, it's kind of like the swastika. You know, like when you see.
It's sick, right? Like it looks cool if it was just a swastika.
I mean, let me tell you. You know, the Nazis. You know, I don't want to get I don't want to say anything too crazy here. Nazis were bad people. You know, that's just. You know, I know that's a controversial opinion.
Hot take.
Yeah, hot take. Nazis a little rude to some people. Their uniforms were awesome.
I mean,
they were designed by Hugo Boss.
Yes,
so, of course.
And Coco Chanel was hooking up with the Nazis.
One in particular who was very high-ranking. She also used the Nazis to, because the perfume line of her business, of like Chanel warehouse or whatever, was owned by a Jewish couple. And as soon as, a little pre-Holocaust, but as soon as things started ramping up, she asked her boyfriend, she was like, you think you could take care of these two for me? And got her business back. And,
damn. Yeah, no, I know she was like she was a Nazi sympathizer, but.
Sympathizers, and I mean, basically doing blow bangs with entire SS groups. But
Listen, what was she, 54? She didn't have many choices.
Yeah, she was pretty hot too back then. You know, you look at a lot of people back then, you're like, God damn, was everybody just born in 70? And she was kind of hot.
Yeah.
And her being into Nazis actually kind of, in a way, makes her hotter.
Right. You know, it's a.
It's like, like Sandra Bullock.
Okay, we're both going to get canceled.
Oh, well, fuck.
Whatever. Yeah.
I don't give a shit. I'll go back to selling fucking insurance. I don't care. Yeah. No, that's, World War II, there's just so many things about the Nazis. But then what's crazy is like Japan was doing way worse stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody really gives a fuck. Like Japan, like, when I don't know if you've gotten to the whole, doing experiments on people section of World War II.
I really have to take it. Like, I can do about 2 of those.
And also remember, guys,
Yeah.
Is it possible that everything's going on is intended to make
I go down rabbit
Mrs.
holes
80 plus years, aka
come out
the
a
Jersey
week
Devil,
later,
blow her top by Monday night at
we have to
Sounddown?
stop the Japanese.
Yes, it is
I have to
possible.
remind myself this was 80 years ago. But they were doing.
I mean, the FBI wants to make her already temperamental self temperamental
So there was a thing called Unit
by tomorrow.
731.
That's
that
unknown.
was like
Is it possible that all of this is playing a factor in that? I speculate.
Experimenting.
The answer is yes.
Camps, like Joseph Mengele, who was the angel of death. So Unit 731 was the Japanese version, and they would basically just riddle people with fucking bacteria and the Black Plague, basically, and just watch them every day, see what happened. They would blind people on purpose. They were also responsible for a thing called the you can't really say it on YouTube because they get pissed off, but I'm sure this is going to get anyways. This is the rape of Nanking, which was Nanking's a part of China, and Japan and China were kind of going at it during World War II. They came in and within 6 hours killed about 100,000 people. And one of the things they would do, which this is, stop me if this is getting too brutal. They would play a game, which, not necessarily my kind of game, but they would play a game where they would take
Scrabble.
It's not like Scrabble. No, not quite. It's more like pin the tail on the donkey, but the pin is a bayonet and the donkey is a infant. So they would one would stand 10 feet away. The other would, hold a baby and throw it in the air, and they would try to catch it with the bayonet.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Okay, so they
arigato. Yeah.
They deserved Hiroshima.
Kinda.
Kinda. Karma's a bitch.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you're like, not all of you were a part of this.
Right. No.
But enough of you were.
I'm just saying.
No, I know.
Okay, so what do you think about the current state of affairs? Are you worried?
About
like a possible World War III? It seems like no, you're not.
No, fuck that. Well, it ain't gonna be. Even if there is, you do it. I don't give a shit.
We don't care because, if we die, whatever, who cares? But don't you think that if we go to war with China, it's gonna be the end of humanity as we know it?
It would be hard not to. There's gonna be some Australians floating around that can still make it. That crawl out like, oi, see there?
Everything's fine.
It's a little warm down here. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a little of that, but yeah, it'll be pretty rough. The drones thing is kind of freaking me out a little bit.
There's a lot of shit going on that's everyone's freaked out, but I don't think they're freaked out enough. I just saw 2 days ago that the Secretary of Treasury was hacked by the Chinese, and it was not even the top of my news feed. It was 6, and it was under it was underneath Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie settling their divorce.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter died the other day at 100, which at this point it's finally.
Right.
I heard about that probably 400 times in the last day or two. I didn't hear about this thing once.
Yeah.
It's this is breaking news. A 100-year-old man dying is not breaking news.
No.
That is wild. I did not know that. Fuck me. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
It's not good if I get hacked. And what are they gonna do with my shit? Nothing.
Yeah.
Take over my student loan debts. Go ahead. They'll hack me and be like, Jesus Christ, we fucked up.
I think we can't handle this.
Her credit score just went down 100 points.
We're stressed.
Yeah.
We can't get you guys Christmas gifts this year.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's. When's the last time?
I love that. I saw that a bunch of people are asking Biden. People over the age of 50 are asking for pardons for Biden to get, or not pardons, but to just get rid of student loan debt. I'm like, how depressing that we're tricked into the fact that we need this education, and then you pay for it for the rest of your life. I'm so fortunate that my mom was a little bit of a swindler, and she lied somehow and got me a nearly free education. She said she was dying, and she literally, when we were
it's the truth. We are all.
Yeah. When we walked into Silver Hall at Marquette, where we do the student loan stuff, she was like, if anyone asks, I'm terminal. And I was like, okay.
That's amazing.
I was like, I don't think anyone's going to ask.
God, that is, my mom would never have done that for me.
Yeah.
No.
Kind of fucked up though, because Brittany Schmidt's mom actually killed herself in a mummy-style sleeping bag. She didn't want. She knew that they only take the body and they leave you to clean up all the brains and bits of skull, which is true and fucked up. Why? Why do they do that? I don't know, but it's true. You ever are around when somebody jumps off a building or blows the brains out? They'll come and get the body, but no one is picking up the bits of brain and skull.
I
other
as
than
a 31-year-old, could not get approved for a loan.
Anyway, Brittany Schmidt's mom shot herself in the head and did it in a mummy sleeping bag zipped over her head, so all of her bits of brain and skull would be in the bag.
Student loan.
So even though that's fucked up that she just said she got free college and her mom said she was terminal, it's actually super sad because her mom blew her brains out in a sleeping bag shortly thereafter.
As many people as I can get my hands on, and I'm going to learn nothing, and I need $120,000.
It's exactly what it is.
They would never be like, that's cool.
How do you spell your last name?
Right.
Yeah, I think the only thing, because I did go to college and did get a degree, which I think in all that amount of time, the only thing I learned in college was that I shouldn't have gone to college.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I used to joke that I majored in partying and minored in sucking dick. Like, I just was like, I really didn't do anything. I thought I was going to do broadcast and electronic communication. I thought I was going to be like an ESPN journalist. And then I like switched to advertising at the very end. And it just, the whole thing was a mess. I also got a degree, and I'm like, you know, thank God I don't have fucking student loan debt, because I would be pissed if I was still paying for that.
I'm just, I don't know if I should say this out loud, but I'm just not paying it. I don't know if that's like a thing you can do, but
it's not. But I like that you're doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't send them any money.
Yeah.
And so far, so good. I mean,
yeah, is it not affecting your credit?
Wouldn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the last time I
credit. Credit.
Well, last time I checked, it was lower than my weight, which I was like, that can't be good. Granted, I'm a big son of a bitch, but still. And so I feel like it can't really be getting hurt, you know?
No, if it's lower than your weight, it's already pretty bad. Your credit is pretty irreparable.
Which at this point, I kind of just don't give a fuck. You know, everything can get just blown off the map tomorrow.
Fingers crossed.
You know, I do have like a fantasy of becoming terminally ill and then just racking up as much, like just getting a bunch of credit cards, you know, those like shitty ones that they give to poor people.
Yeah.
And just blowing all that money and just going out with a bang. I think it would be so much fun.
You could do that, except for you don't even need the terminal illness. You would just have to kill yourself afterwards.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Get suck on a
To
shotgun.
spend the money in good health and then just.
Yeah, I might need to start running these ideas by you before I get too ahead of myself. Because I'm over here thinking I'm going to have like a bad case of the rickets and still trying to like go to Disney World.
Yeah. Not Disney World. That can't be your dream. We need to rejigger your dream if it's Disney World.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I mean, I guess like Vegas was that's the adult Disney World.
I mean, that's also pretty depressing, but.
Well. I mean, what place isn't, really?
That's Bali and those kinds of places, you'll be exposed to extreme poverty, but you also will
I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, with your Discover card that you're going to max out.
I mean, that's their problem. I mean, do you see how clear that water is? Fuck what they're going through.
Yeah.
Jesus. It's like people from here, like my parents will go to like Mexico every year or whatever, and they're like the ones who get pissed whenever there's not like a KFC or something, or they'll go to like the most like a Senor Frogs.
Yeah. They're like,
God, look at us, we're cultured. I'm like, that's
Senor, a Margaritaville, a Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville.
That's okay. That's the record or the cap for the most depressing place in the world is a Margaritaville.
In an airport.
They're in Jesus Christ. That is wild.
Yeah. A Margaritaville in an airport, they should give you a fucking loaded gun with your margarita. or just one in a chamber, and you have to play Russian roulette every time.
Dude, I totally disagree. There's an excellent food restaurant at SeaTac that's like Mexican food / world food, and they have great margaritas. And I like their $20 margarita before I take a flight.
Like before it was in movies of anyone.
You know what place I'm talking about? They have weird like African style chairs. Like a stool that looks like a tiger.
Make it seem like as far as it being Russian, like there's no.
Russian.
No, it's not Russian. It's like how French fries aren't French. Russian roulette is not Russian.
It's American roulette.
Well, yeah, kinda. This is like from like The Deer Hunter. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, that boring ass movie, but it's with Robert De Niro, Christopher Walken, are in Vietnam, and the people are making them play Russian roulette. That never happened. But
Deer Hunter, that movie's not boring.
That part of the movie is
it's
really
excellent.
Good.
Yeah,
but that made people think that Russian roulette was like an actual thing. It's just
not.
People accidentally shoot themselves, but
no, they do. I know that. My mom did, but she wasn't playing Russian roulette.
She was using a 9mm.
It was a cannon. She put a cannon in her mouth.
Just stuck her head in a cannon. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
I was at the chiropractor the other day, and he was like, I don't know why he asked me this. He's like, do you have any family heirlooms? And I was like, yeah, the gun my mom killed herself with. And he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, yeah. solid point. But also, what the fuck is wrong with him asking if you have family heirloom?
Right.
What a weird question to
What do
ask.
you think it's gonna be, like a spork from Burger King?
Dude, I have family heirlooms. I like family heirlooms. I'm sentimental in that way.
I think I'd rather have the gun, but
Sentimental.
spork is a good one too. Yeah. You know, come to think of it, I don't think I have any. Like, our family's not an heirloom family. We're everything we buy is disposable.
Yeah.
And then when someone dies, there's just a yard sale. You just get rid of everything, and everybody splits the pot. So here's your $12.50. Yeah, it's like, oh, great. Yeah,
Uncle Jimmy.
Yeah. That's kind of how we do things.
That's depressing when you're worth less dead than you are alive. Like, you know, you're supposed to like die and have like a healthy like insurance policy or something.
Yeah.
You die and just have like a couple lamps.
Well, my family being the white trash rednecks that we are, like, there's no life insurance policy for us that's going to be worth anything. Like, when you're getting your life insurance policy at a Bass Pro Shop, like, things are, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a couple
Lures for life. You just get some Rappalas, some Rattle and Rappalas.
Yeah, pretty much. Jesus Christ.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. How did we get there? Where did we even start? I don't know.
I don't know what year. I don't know what's going on right now, to be honest with you. Which is, you know, sort of the theme of the the show. So I guess
Dude, I relate to him. That's how I feel.
What kind of
I don't know
student
what's
were you?
going on right
Good
now.
student, bad student?
I had to be a good student because my mom was really strict. So she made us be good students. I have an older sister who is a much better
But I know
student,
I'm glad that I'm not Miss
scientist.
80 plus years. Who remember?
Yeah,
The
she
goal
has a
for the
PhD in
FBI is to
cellular
make her blow her
molecular
top
immunology and
tomorrow night.
pathology, and she's trying to cure glaucoma. And she won't, but she can try.
But she does not have a special entitled horny.
That's
so,
true.
You know, I think she's the one missing out. You know.
Listen, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Which, by the way, the special is fucking amazing. I watched it again last night. And,
oh wow! Thank you so much.
It's so good. Yeah. I liked it a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my second one. My first one's out on Hulu. I think my first one's better. I don't know. I think the second one's a little bit of like.
First one was better because the camera was better. She looks like a chunk in the second one, even though she's not at all.
I'm like, I don't believe
She's
you.
not
You
super
know, like
skinny,
artistically, when you know,
but
something
she's
is
not
good.
a chunk.
Like, I don't.
Yes.
And she looks like a chunk in the second
That's
one.
fair. Yeah, the sophomore slump thing that's pretty legit. Like, every band, their second album is usually nowhere near as good.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of like the stereotype, is that their second album are just songs about being on the road.
Yeah.
That's all they've been doing when the first album came out.
Yeah.
I never really thought about comedy, but I guess, comedy's kind of the same way, too. Because usually,
I mean, you'll see it happen, right? Where, like, someone puts out a fucking amazing special, and I'm not saying mine was amazing. I'm not grouping me in with these people, but it's just a pattern. Like, you'll see, like, Bill Burr put out Paper Tiger, which is, like, fucking phenomenal. And then a year later, he put out another special. I don't even know what it's called, because it was just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah,
you know, it happens a lot, you know? But the thing is, comedy needs time. Like, you need, like, the formula for comedy is tragedy plus time, right? It can't just be tragedy.
Are you having a good morning?
Yes, I know. It can.
Tragedy and then me being like, here's another special, I'm divorced, this sucks, I want to die. What's up?
I mean, you can. I think, like, Bill Hicks kind of made a career off of it.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the specials. I don't know if you go back and watch a lot of, like, older.
I don't, but I
should. Maybe. It's just one of those things where it's just not. A lot of it just doesn't last. It doesn't last the way a movie lasts, or an album, like a music album lasts. Like, comedy is a little, like, it has to be a part of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, not that there aren't some. There are definitely some comedy albums that, like, Bill Cosby himself is still, I think, one of the greatest albums. And then after the allegations, it's like, oh, this is even funnier. Because I was like, little did we know that this guy making, jokes about popsicles is the same guy that is, having a great old time.
Popsicles,
I mean, well, he was having a blast. I mean, it was everybody else.
That's what they always say. The cleaner the comic, the less you should trust them.
I don't trust.
Like, you're hiding something. Like, nobody is that pure and good and kind, and you could say it. Every time I see a clean comic, I'm like, what are you hiding from everyone?
it's not even just for I mean, that is definitely true, but it's also just people in general. Like everyone I know who says like frick instead of fuck or heck, they're dang. Like those are the ones who like beat the shit out of their kids.
Yeah. You gotta look up for the frickers.
Right. Yeah. Look out for the frickers is a great album title, actually.
Look out for the frickers. Because they are slapping their jimmies, like they're little kids, not their.
Yeah. Well, that's I did not know. I mean, maybe both actually.
Maybe both. Maybe
Jimmy's Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
There we go. We're gonna get sick.
Yeah. Yeah. This isn't good. That's not good for either one of us, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like I've always, it's like you always hear on the news. It's, it's never like the guy who's in like the Church of Satan who's the one that's smoking meth and banging like male prostitutes. It's always like the Baptist minister.
Right.
And it's like, that's interesting that y'all are the ones doing this horrible shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just gotta let people be. The other thing I've seen a parallel with too is, well, I guess being gay now is fine. It's okay. It's okay to be out. But like I think back in the day, like if you look at like John Wayne Gacy and Jeffrey Dahmer, like they were closeted murderers, and I think it has to do with the fact they couldn't just be gay.
I wondered that too. Like
they just couldn't be gay, so they had to like murder the people that they wanted to have sex with because they were so ashamed.
Like yes, like because they didn't want someone to go run and tell.
Yeah,
like that is one of the things. Like if Jeffrey Dahmer would have been able to put on a pair of like neon suspenders and short pink shorts and walk down West Hollywood.
Yeah.
Would
you would have been okay.
Would
Jeffrey
13 people still be alive?
I think it was 17, wasn't it? Or was it
17?
I think it was 17. He's just a Milwaukee boy, so I know his stats.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you watch, if anyone hasn't watched Horny, which I implore you to do, there's a great story. Yeah.
Dad clocked him.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Like that's, like my dad's gotten into some fights, and he has a lot of like fight stories, which is kind of a thing of the past too. People don't really fight that much anymore. Like just a good old brawl.
I know.
But your dad, knocked the shit out of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Like, and like really soon, like really close to when he got caught too. It was, I want to say the wedding that he went to and like the bar they were at afterwards was like in February, and I think Jeffrey got caught in like March or April. It was like right there, and that's I think the only reason why he would have hit on someone like my dad, because my dad was like big and like beefy and like not the type that Jeffrey would go after, because he typically went after minorities and people that were smaller than him. But I think when he had the cockiness of 17 bodies, he's like, you know what? Maybe I can get a farm guy. And he was wrong, because my dad knocked him the fuck out.
That's a good point. Like, think about it, if you were in the NFL and you won 17 Super Bowls. You know how arrogant you'd be? Like Tom Brady won 6, and he's about as arrogant and cocky as it gets. Yeah. Imagine if you won 17. Yeah. I mean, you'd be...
Yeah, you're like, I'm untouchable. I can do whatever I want. Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't... Yeah, you can't blame little Jeffrey for doing such a thing. But, my God. Did you watch that mini-series with Evan Peters?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I mean, everything Ryan Murphy does is so perfectly haunted that I just love everything he does.
Yeah, I like the OJ one. The OJ one was great.
OJ, did you watch the Menendez brothers one?
A little bit of it. That one just pisses me off so much that it's hard to watch. Like, I get so angry because I know that they should be fucking let go.
Yeah.
Like, so whenever
I think they're about to be released.
I don't know how that works. I don't think lawyers know how it works. It's like their job to know.
Yeah.
So how the fuck we wouldn't know how any of this shit works? But they say like, oh yeah, they're going to get released. But then people never do get released. Like, it's like, oh, well, something came up, or like that wasn't a guarantee. And there's like all this weird shit that happens. Where you're just like,
I think they will, because there's like a lot of public support for it. But what's interesting is where I live now is really close to where that house is. and I do night walks. Like every night I'd go on a walk around Beverly Hills, and for like months after that show came out, there would just be so many cars out in front of that house, because that house is like basically an Iranian family bought it, and it's just like a shell house. Like they're just holding money. I don't know if they maybe didn't like look into the fact there was like a horrible murder there.
Well, for them, that's like part of that's on the real estate list.
Yeah, oh, the value goes up then, right?
He's like, wait, so you mean only 2 people were killed here?
Right. They're like, that's a steal. No, but the house is like in this place called the Beverly Hills Flats, which is like a really fancy part of Beverly Hills, and it's just like completely vacant, like nobody's there. It's like very, very fucking creepy. But for a while there was just cars and cars, and everyone in Beverly Hills was getting so pissed because like people from all around were coming to look at, the interest was reignited. Yeah,
that's the trade-off, I guess. Like, it's, you live in a pretty nice place. You're gonna have people that
occasionally want to see where someone was murdered. Like they don't ever do that. They don't ever do those scenic tours in the south side of Milwaukee or in south side of Chicago. You know what I mean? They're not. They're not going through Chirac, just like.
Well, yeah, because they'd be fucking slipping on bullet shells like Home Alone. Yeah, my God. I'm sure there's not a lot of people going like, and these are the projects where Jeffrey Dahmer killed 3 people. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think the apartment building that he was in, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually, no, it's still up. No, it's not. They demolished it.
Yeah.
They demolished it.
Okay, I was wondering, like, because some of those things, like, they did that with the, in LA, the Ambassador Hotel, I think, where Bobby Kennedy Sr. was killed. I think it got demolished.
Yeah, I think specifically because of Jeffrey Dahmer, they knocked it down, and now it's a lot, and everyone in Milwaukee just calls it the Slaughter Lot.
That's a cool name.
Yeah.
Slot Lot. Yeah.
The Slaughter Lot.
Yeah.
The Slaughter Lot. And like people, like out of respect for the victims, won't tell you where it is, so you have to like know where it is.
Wow. Yeah, so it's like a hidden gem.
Yeah, I mean, like you can find the address, but like people will be like, they don't really know. It's like by this place called 5 O'Clock Steakhouse, and if you ask the people that work there, they won't tell you. They tell me because I'm like from Milwaukee. I'm like, fucking tell me which one it is.
Yeah.
But so I know I've walked past it because I'm just like kind of sadistic and weird like that. I'm like, I want to know weird shit happens. Yeah.
Oh, that's like my bread and butter is like true crime shit or like just dark shit from history.
Yeah.
Like I love learning about stuff like that. I don't want to learn about I hate inspirational things.
Yeah.
I fucking hate them. I hate sports movies where the little scrawny kid scores a touchdown. They lift him on the shoulders. Fuck that.
Rudy, you're like, no.
I hate Rudy. Rudy's, I think, one of the worst movies ever made. Fuck that. I hate Forrest Gump. I hate all those things where people accomplish things they shouldn't be able to accomplish.
Right.
I like seeing just fucked up, weird things.
Yeah.
That's my go-to.
I'm with you on that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But history's the same way. Like, which is probably part of the problem with history, like why people hate it so much, like growing up and like don't have any interest in it later. It's because they get so sick of hearing just like the boring shit. But if you taught people, like if you mixed in some of the like dark, taboo, weird shit, people would be much more interested.
Yeah, we don't need all of just the facts. We need like the darkness, the meaning.
Yeah.
What do you know about Napoleon? And so I heard somewhere, and I don't know if this is true, and I'm famous for hearing things and repeating them like they're fact.
It's
like one of my favorite things to do.
Same,
but what do you know about Napoleon not actually being short? I heard it's all just British propaganda.
Yeah, he wasn't short. He was the exact average height for him. I mean, compared to today, he was short as shit. Right. But, like the average Civil War soldier was like 5'5" and 120 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Like if you look at like uniform, like that's. I mean, people were just tiny as shit. So especially Napoleon, early 1800s. Like he was tiny as fuck compared to us. But if you look at him compared to just the average height of a Frenchman, which he was same height. He also had his penis cut off, and it's been like preserved and passed around ever since he died.
Who cut it off?
The person doing the not the autopsy, the embalming.
Oh, okay, why did they do that?
Not sure. I mean, it's very French. They were probably going to put it in a fucking soup, if I had to guess, with how weird French food is. No, they did that with him and Rasputin. I don't know if you're familiar with Grigory Rasputin. He was a interesting fella, a Russian mystic who. You ever watch the movie Anastasia? You ever watch that when you were a kid? Yeah. He's the villain in that movie. You remember the creepy monk guy?
Oh, okay.
Yes, there's a real guy named Grigory Rasputin that the Russian royal family believed healed their son, the Tsar Nicholas II. They had a son named Alexei who they didn't know at the time, but he had hemophilia, which is what the royal family has hemophilia because they've been fucking each other for, hundreds of years.
Tale as old as time.
Tale as old as time, yeah. And,
Beauty and
so
the Beast. That was a Beauty and the Beast reference.
And so the royal family thought he was this, savior, mystic,
Tale as old
had
as
superpowers. He's one of the creepiest fucking people ever, but he apparently had a enormous penis.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, exactly. And he also, people thought he was invincible.
Let it be known.
Died,
Rasputin had a huge, enormous penis.
Shot him.
You
put
heard
him
it
in a
from this
room.
fat guy.
Came back a little bit later to check on him, and he was alive and fighting him back. Then they shot him a couple more times. Survived. Finally, shot him and threw him over a bridge into the icy water.
And then he drowned to death. This guy even knows the real Rasputin death. Dude, he's totally right, by the way. Rasputin, huge cock.
Oh.
You know it.
Wow.
That's
a nightmare, I'll be honest. It's a little too big.
Yeah, he definitely was
just a little too
going
big.
around just fucking everybody.
You don't want it coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, what else would you do?
Yeah, ask the NBA.
Yeah, well, you could ask them.
Yeah. I did.
Yeah.
They answered.
Yeah. God, that has to be one of the most Googled. That had to have been a Google trend after that special game. Because I definitely Googled it.
Which one are you talking about?
Looking at the NBA players who had sex with Brittany Schmidt.
No,
whose tattoos you say. She's
the tattoo.
I had sex with an NBA player who's got a tattoo of his grandma on his chest or whatever.
With the and
then she's like, people Googled it and found out who it was.
That's the algorithm on Google.
Now I look like I have a big mouth. You do have a big mouth.
It comes up right away. It'll be the first thing that comes up.
That's great.
But what happened with the second special, which is funny and sucks, is that I did the same thing. I thought it would be fun to leave these little breadcrumbs for everyone. And when I shot the special, and when you Googled NBA player with tattoo of their grandma on their stomach, only one person came up, and it was the one person. And
not anymore. Not anymore.
No. And in the time that it took to get the special out, another NBA player started talking about his tattoo of his grandma on his stomach or his body somewhere.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Talking about it a lot. So now he comes up, and I don't even know that person, and I feel so bad for it. I'm just like, oh, he caught a fucking stray. That's not him.
Yeah.
At all.
Oh, wait. So I might be thinking of the wrong person then.
Who are you thinking of?
Oh, you want me to just say DeAndre Jordan?
Okay, you're thinking of the right person.
Oh, okay.
So you figured it out, but there's someone else who got in there.
Well, Kevin Durant is on there now, too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, which I was like, I know.
Do you think DeAndre minds? I feel like DeAndre doesn't give a fuck.
Well, yeah.
DeAndre has his grandma tattooed on him, and he fucked British. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. No, it was, DeAndre Jordan's the name that comes up.
Okay, well.
But there's names listed under that. And
yeah.
One of them was Kevin Durant, and I was like, oh, she might have got KD and his weird ankles. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was DeAndre.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day.
Hell yeah.
I do feel kind of bad for these NBA. I don't feel bad for them, but I think it's funny to think of me, I hooked up with them and, these NBA players, between 2009 and 2012. So, a long-ass fucking time ago. And now I'm doing comedy and, breadcrumbing our, sexcapades. And they're like, hey, man, we have, families, and we're trying to chill. And I'm like,
well, tough shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't just their life. I mean, it happened with you, too. You get to share or not share whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Sex is a two-person thing.
a bit of a cock block at this
No,
point.
she has to
People
give
now
them
see my
code
comedy
names and
they're
not
like,
fucking
"Ooh,
talk
no,
about
we're
their
good."
tattoos. Dude.
That's,
We're good.
well, fuck those people.
Yeah.
You know what? I think, like, you know, a good way to judge, like, your own self-worth is, like, you should never be unwilling to have sex with someone who may one day make a comedy special and talk about having sex with you.
Right.
If you're ashamed of that or embarrassed in any way, you shouldn't be having sex with them in the first place.
Yeah, listen,
I would want someone to do it.
Yeah, I don't think there's that much thought going into it, especially when they're like younger in the league. You know, they're just like girls. I don't think they're thinking about it. But it's funny now, since I started doing it, the other NBA players that I've hooked up with reaching out to me and being like very nice to me and being like, "Hey, how are you? LOL, congrats on your career." Like really trying to be in my good graces. I'm like, it's honestly best if you just don't remind me you're alive. That's like
that's a good yes.
That's the best way to do it. Don't hit me up and be like, "Hey, LOL, you're so funny, congrats," because then I'm just like, oh, I could talk about you next.
Yeah. Well, that would be the best thing to message back is like, well, that's interesting that you just messaged.
Yeah.
Or what great timing, and then just see what they say.
Yeah. I did have a guy recently who like post my divorce. I started hooking up with this athlete, baseball player, so I went to a different league.
Jesus.
And he ghosted me, and it was annoying, but I was like, whatever, he's a baseball player, I don't care. And then we reconnected, and when we reconnected, he was like, "Hey, can I ask you a favor?" And I was like, "Sure, what's up?" And he's like, "Can you please not write a joke about me?" And I was like, oh no, I already have like a 5-minute joke about you in this next hour. Like, when you ghosted me, you lost all of your privileges to tell me what to do.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ghosting someone's just a shit thing to do.
It is really crummy, isn't it? It's crazy that it's like the norm now.
Well, because it's so easy to disconnect or disassociate yourself from another person as being a fellow human.
Right.
Like, so it's easy to just be like, I could block this person or just not reply their message and they no longer exist. Well, they fucking exist. I mean, I try not to fall into those sort of traps or those ways of thinking, that even though I am talking through them through a text message, through a phone screen or whatever, or through this, you are still a real human being on the other side of this camera. Like, so
I definitely noticed that, like, re-entering dating now, because I was out of the game for so long. I'm like, oh, this is wild. People literally just disappear, and that's a totally okay way to like go about things. When I started dating again, I was like, oh, if a guy was like reaching out to me a lot, I was like, you know what, I'm not interested in this, but thank you. And they would be like, okay, cool, and like not reach out to me again. I'm like, that's all it takes. Like, just like one little decent human communication of like, not for me. And okay, great. Like, no, most of us aren't fucking psychopaths. We're not going to be like knocking down your fucking door.
Right.
Hey, I love you. Like.
Which if they do, that's a keeper. That's the one you want. Yeah. You want the person, like, or at least I do. Like, I have a big thing for crazy people. I love it. So the more fatal attraction feeling it gets, the more I'm into it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
stay
something to dig into in therapy, probably.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a laundry list of things to dig into. I mean, I think my taste in the opposite sex is probably pretty low on the list compared to like an irrational fear of dying or thinking I'm going to choke every time I eat something. Which
is that? Do you think that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
it's a weird one, I know, but
that would make life terrifying.
Yeah. It kind of does, but it's par for the course, I suppose. Yeah. Life is terrifying in some ways, but it's also fun.
That it is. I think people make it out to be a lot worse than it is. I'm like, what's terrifying is our minds, I think. I don't think
that's it. Yes, it's the reality. So, like, my mind does not think in realistic terms. Usually, it's very like, what's the worst thing that could happen right now?
Right.
That's what's about to happen. But the reality is, everything's good. Like, people are nice to me in general. Like, I've never choked on my food. Like, all those things, like, they're not reality. My mind makes up a terrifying scenario. That makes sense. So, you're right, for sure.
I mean, I think the thing that really made me realize that, too, and I think social media has a lot to do with it, is, like, there's so much fear-mongering on the internet. Like, we get, like, there's, you know, it's the attention economy of social media is, like, they want you to stay on. And one thing that we as humans really gravitate to is our fear of death. We're all afraid of our mortality. And so anything that can scare you in any way is valuable on the internet.
Yeah.
And so that's most of what you see. And I'm like, and if you just put your phone down, like during COVID, like everyone was so fucking freaked out. They're like, we're going to die. Like, ah. And I'm like, if you put your phone down and go for a walk on the beach,
I'm clicking on my incognito browser, which only has one tab, the tab that's running the live stream. I opened a second tab just to see what it would do. And it shows that Unit 207 criminally and illegally initiated the spare renderer again.
Not in a way that I like want to.
And incognito extension office edition as well.
I'm not like scared of it. I just don't really understand people that are scared of dying.
It's an acceptance, you mean? Kinda.
Yeah, and I'm also like, why are you scared of dying?
Ending both processes at 12:04 p.m.
Everything.
Oh, nope, I only ended one and they shut off the other.
Really?
The Google Office one.
What do you like about it?
I love learning things. I love learning like what's happened in the past. I love seeing what happens. I love my family, my friends, or the few friends. Like, I love being here. Like
oh, that's very sweet. I've never heard anyone say that. Maybe because I live in LA.
That would be that would be why.
Now attempting to open a new tab in the Google Chrome browser that isn't incognito, but also isn't registered to anyone's account.
Grumpy at times.
Same thing. Spare renderer initiated.
Yeah, I love it. I know there are bad
Subframe
things.
Chrome untrusted
stuff
initiated
like that,
as
but
well.
I don't want to go. Like I want to live for 500 years.
Oh, okay.
If I could.
That's an insane thing to say to me. To me, that's like crazy. Like I'm like, if I make it to 65, that's good. I'm good. Because I'm one of those people that lived a lot when I was younger. Like I did a lot when I was young. So I've always felt like I'm good. You know, like I think I have more to do. I would love to do more with my career and my creativity, but if for some reason I can't die on Horny being my last special. That I know. That I know. So I have to put at least one more special out.
I tell you what, the day you put that special out, I'm probably going to message you like, hey, are you good? Like, put the gun down.
Yeah. Put the family heirloom down.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Yeah. That's really sweet. I love hearing that. It's a very interesting perspective. I guess a lot of people I know have that, too. Not me.
I'm interested in like the dark side of things, and I'll watch like horror movies, listen to creepy music. You know, like I'm in some ways like kind of a dark person, but I also, my overall sentiment towards like the world is positive. Like I just like being here. There's so much interesting shit, and I don't know very much of it.
I love that. Well, I feel like you know a lot more than most people.
Yeah, but
like I feel like you're good on like a trivia night team.
I do pretty good at trivia. Yeah. Like, that's like I was not very good at basketball.
Like, I don't fuck it up.
I will. Yeah, I'm a good. I'm more of a. I don't want anyone else to. I would rather not be on a team. I just want to do it myself.
Right. So then why don't you do like Jeopardy?
Oh, I've auditioned every year since I was like 12 years old for the for the kids, then college, then adult. Oh yeah, I take the test every year, audition, everything.
Oh, I love that. Okay, get Jeopardy. We're gonna speak that into existence. That's 2025.
Holy fuck!
Fucking sweet Jeopardy.
Oh God, I think I would do pretty well. I mean, like I still watch it every day, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
And can you guess everything before everyone else?
No, not everything. Probably there's 60 questions. I could usually get about 30 to 40, which is
that's
decent,
great because I can get like 2.
Well, I mean, it's just I just have like a pretty decent memory. I think that's more of what it is. Like, you know, like wisdom. I don't know if I got a lot of that.
Right.
I make a lot of dumb decisions.
That's okay.
You know, I mean, some are visible, but
that's part of why you need 500 years.
Exactly. Yes.
Figure
Exactly.
this shit out.
Yeah.
You gotta learn something that's not in a book.
Yeah, but that's all the things I like are things that have already happened.
Right.
Which I don't know. That might be kind of a sad thing to think, but I like it. I like knowing where we were and like how it got us to where we are now. I find that interesting. Like, why do we do this certain thing, or why do we say? That's why I like word origin stuff. You know, because I love like, why do we say that word? Like, where in the past did that become a thing? Like, I'm just fascinated by all that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's.
Do you have any kids?
Not that I know of.
Okay, great.
No.
You're gonna be such a good dad if you want to be. I think.
Thank you.
That's like one of the things that I'm like, I don't know if I can be a mom.
Nerd Squad, I'm turning on Indigo's laptop,
Like,
which they rendered
Oh.
useless for
Yeah,
all
like, what's that? I'd
purposes
be like,
that
I
it was
don't
supposed to be
fucking know.
used for right
But you
now.
can find
at
out
12:08
easily.
p.m.
I know, but I feel like I need
February
to know. Like,
23rd.
My best friend Claudia, she's like knows every single plant name and like every all that shit. That's like good information that I should have, and I just don't.
That's interesting. Yeah, because like a lot of people in my family are like that. Like they know every fucking like flower plant. Like, oh, that's daffodrangia or whatever. You know, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. I know there's a tree and a bush. I know that. And that one might be a flower because it's purple. But yeah, that's about all I know. Yeah, I don't know like shit like that. But I can tell you like every president in order, pretty much. Like, you know, which I don't know. That's interesting to most people, but. Or it's not as useful in day-to-day life. But
I couldn't. I think I could maybe list like 6 presidents or 7.
Like ever?
Ever. How many have there been?
45, 46.
Okay, yeah. So I got the last 6.
That's pretty good.
Well, hang on. I don't know if I do. Oh, look at that.
I know it just that goddamn thumbs up.
Obviously George Washington.
Browsing as guest on Indy's laptop.
There's
connecting to Wi-Fi right now on it, Nerd Squad.
Yeah. I mean, you skipped about 70 years, but yeah.
Clicking on gmail.com.
No, you're good. No judgments here. I mean, I did just kind of judge you, but you know.
Entering felons in Unit 207.
George Bush Senior and Junior.
Okay, so
at gmail.com.
We're in a pattern here. We're skipping
Clinton. Obama.
Oh,
Trump,
actually, no, I'm not.
Biden. And that's all
I'm
I
entering in
have.
Mystic Gwen.
Oh, Carter, I guess, because he just died.
Lynette.
So you don't know
Renee
who the
Hansen.
president before.
JFK.
There is JFK.
At gmail.com.
So you don't know who the president before George H.W. Bush was. Right.
Reagan.
Okay. Well, see, you know, and then before him was, you named him. That died.
Oh, Carter.
Yeah. So see, you got a pretty good. And then and so before him was Gerald Ford. Before that was Nixon. Before that was Johnson.
Watergate.
Yeah. Before that was Johnson. Before that was Kennedy. And then you just kind of keep going back. So
all right, and then
kind of there, but
and then you go to George Washington,
and then eventually you get to, eventually you go down to Adams, Quincy Adams, Jackson, Madison Monroe, and you get down there. But
there you go.
Yeah. Richard Nixon, whenever he was trying to bang his wife, before
Task Manager on Indigo's laptop shows the same thing. Spare renderer.
He would drive her around on her
all the
dates
same
with
hacks
other
they've
guys.
been using to terminate live streams, redirects and whatnot.
Which really explains, dig into his presidency.
Ending spare renderer.
Yeah. What a fucking. I mean,
we have incognito subframe and incognito tab. Ending incognito extension.
Wasn't it like Eleanor Roosevelt?
Utility local search ending.
No, that's
Chrome operating system input ending that. Spare renderer reinitiated. Dedicated worker Chrome for an extension ending that.
Winner of that.
Dedicated domestic terrorist is what you are.
I might be speaking to the
child abusers, kidnappers. They're still reinitiating it. Even after I end it and haven't touched anything.
Hollywood elite, like through her dad, and Ronald Reagan was a pretty successful actor and head of the Screen Actors Guild at one point. But apparently she used to just suck herself around.
Disconnecting from the internet for a moment. They are also running utility video capture, utility storage service.
Yeah.
What
That
secrets
video
do you have
capture is a
about the
big one
Hollywood
because they
elite?
keep reinstating it, even though I've disconnected from the
About
internet.
Hollywood elite. I mean, actually, there's not really that many secrets about them because they're all like, it's kind of well known. They're all, there's a lot of like creepy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much any director that you can think of, like almost any hot so basically any hot actress you can name, like at one point has probably had to do something to get put into a movie.
Yeah.
You just don't hear about most of them. Or if you think of any actress from, let's say, like the 90s to the late 2000s, and you wonder, whatever happened to her? She's someone who accused Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault. So you're like, God, where happened to Naomi Judd?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, that's what happened to Naomi Judd.
Yeah.
So there's like stuff like that, but there's not much of like a...
They're doing the same things over and over and over again on this laptop. So we're going to shut it down per the FBI's instructions, even while disconnected from the internet.
The P. Diddler stuff is
it's
shut
down.
And, and
Diddler. I think more would have come out if they didn't kill Epstein, but
yeah. Well, I mean, old Slick Willie, Bill Clinton, definitely getting a little loose in the knuckles a few times. But there's a lot of that kind of stuff that's just fucking. You're just like, God damn, like this is not good.
How did I forget Bill Clinton? What's wrong with
Yeah, I mean,
Bill Clinton.
He didn't forget you. I'll tell you that. That's Jesus.
Bill, he's looking rough these days.
Yeah, well, he's goddamn probably close to 80 years old, if I had to guess, 70 something.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not, and you kill that many people, it's going to start to show on you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's the only reason he's not dead yet is because the devil doesn't want him.
That's very true.
Yeah.
If you could become a dictator, have you ever thought about becoming a dictator? Like just what you would do if you were the dictator of the U.S.?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's a fun game if you're never bored.
Dictator, what would I? Here's the problem with me. I think I'm too apathetic to be a dictator. I don't really care strongly about anything, so I don't think I have it in me to dictate.
But there's nothing that you would want to. There's nothing that just like on a daily basis or maybe like mundane things that just drive you nuts where you're just like, I would like to change that.
No.
Like it doesn't bother you that some months have different amounts of days than others? Because that bothers me.
No, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing to be bothered about. I could get on board with that. I just never have been. Yeah,
I'm not a fan of that. I think there should be an equal amount of days in each month. I have no business trying to memorize that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree. So that would be your thing?
Yeah, I think that's probably the platform I'd run on. You don't really run as a dictator. It's not really.
Yeah, you don't run.
Yeah, I would do that, or no hyphenated last names.
Okay.
You have a last name.
Yeah.
Well, by definition, you can only have one last name. So anybody's like, I have two last names. Well, you don't.
You don't.
You don't.
You're just an asshole.
You're just an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of that's where I go with that kind of thing. Who was your childhood celebrity crush?
Ooh, Leonardo DiCaprio in the Titanic.
Little Jack Dawson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I always thought Kate Winslet was really hot, which Kate Winslet's still really hot.
She still is really hot. See, Leo, for me, has turned. I really admire his acting, but I feel sad for him as a person.
Because he's single?
No,
not married.
He does like dark shit still. Like he's single, but he's like single in a way where he's like hanging out at Hollywood parties with really young girls doing drugs, and like I'm just like, he's such a fucking Peter Pan to me that I'm like, are you okay? Is anyone checking on you?
That's he was he was in a little group called the Pussy Posse, which is just about as douchey as it gets.
Yeah, him and Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, and Tobey Maguire being in that,
it's hilarious. I'm like, he's like such a nerdy looking dude. He just had like one role in Spider-Man, and then I don't know how he got inducted to the fucking Pussy.
Well, apparently he's a bit of an asshole from whatever. Like, have you ever seen Molly's Game? That movie about
yes.
Yeah, so he's the guy that, I think it's not Topher Grace. It's somebody, I can't remember who's playing him, but like, there's an actor in the movie who's, playing an actor.
Yeah.
Super asshole, but that's based on Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, I heard that. And I've like run into him out in the wild. I've never interacted with him, but I just don't like the way he moves. He's very snake-like.
Yeah. Are you a person like, kind of like a dog? Not that I'm calling you a dog, but like in the dog in the sense of like, you could pick up on a person's energy. like
I
quit?
usually think that I can, but I have been fooled by. I've been fooled more than once for sure. But last year, the most prominent fooling was by like a legitimate psychopath. Which I'll say his name, but can you bleep it?
Sure.
Okay. And I like ran in with each other, and when I say like definition of a psychopath, like legitimate psychopath, where he like goes into a room and he can read the room and see exactly like what needs to be said for everyone to be like eating out of the palm of his hand.
Yeah.
He means nothing. He feels nothing. He's acting all of the time. He's just like a shell of
Unit
a 207
thinks that now they can do what they want to do with the spare renderer on this one.
Myself. And like I sensed danger, and I was like, "Olay," you know. I was like,
process.
That checks out.
Yeah. It's like the final boss of crazy, and I was like, "I love you."
Well, yeah. I mean, if there was a female version of said person, I'd be all over it.
Yeah. It's like I kind of am drawn to crazy, but probably because my mom was crazy, so I like secretly sort of love chaos and crazy. But like I am good at like romantic partnerships aside, which is not like not ideal because like that's the most important thing that I need to be sensing for. But like if I meet people in like a group setting, I'm very good at like sensing. I sense energy really well.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel very similar. Like I can kind of just tell if a person's a piece of shit or not pretty quick.
Yeah.
Or if they're just like lying. Like I feel like I can tell someone's lying very easily.
Lying or like try hard or like
oh god, like, that's the worst.
Yeah.
The worst is like someone who has to try to one up your story every time. You know, like those types of people. That's one. You know, if I was a dictator, because you have to
just get rid of that.
Well, you have to remove a group of people. It's almost like part of the job. That's the type that I'm
the one-uppers.
The one-uppers. Like if anybody's telling a story and somebody else goes, well, I went there and it blah, blah, it's like, well, off you go. Get in the train. My God.
Oh my God.
Look, this has been a blast. I mean, we're at the hour mark. I've had a great time talking with you.
We did. It was so fun. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, anytime you're more than welcome to come back. I mean, this hour flew by.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking quick, I'd say. Yeah, so before we go, obviously plug, promote anything you'd like, your podcast.
Oh, yeah. Special. I have a podcast called This Is the Worst. I have another one called Scumbags of History, which actually you might like. I don't know if you even know about that.
No, how did I not know this?
We only did one season, but it was great. It was basically where we took all these historical figures that are touted as like wonderful people. Like we did Einstein, we did Coco Chanel, we did Einstein, we did.
Did you do Gandhi?
We did Gandhi. We did
Mother Teresa.
We did Mother Teresa.
Okay.
Yes, we did all.
You got them. Yeah,
we got the people that like everyone thinks they're amazing, and then we broke down how they're secretly pieces of shit.
Yeah.
And then I have a special horny on YouTube. I have Hoda Housewife on Hulu, and that's it. My Instagram's Brittany Schmidt, and that's all.
Well, Brittany, you are an incredible person.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was so nice to meet you and chat with you.
Annie Letterman podcast. Let's do Rick Glassman. Here's why I liked Rick Glassman, because it was so evident that he had OCD. And I said it aloud in a live stream. And then, like, not 5 minutes later, he's like, I have OCD. And I don't know why, but I tend to attract a variety of men. But as far as friends go, I always attract guys who are into comic books, arcade games, and with the OCD. They got the OCD. So anyway, I liked Rick Glassman because he reminded me of people I know that aren't Rick Glassman. That's why I liked him. Looks like he has a lot of guys on the show, though, and very few girls. Looking for a guy that I know. Eric Griffin, Joe Gatto. Know them. Are we getting anybody better? How many episodes does he have of the podcast? I think the podcast must be new. Well, it says there's like episode 207. Where are they all? Oldest. I'm clicking oldest, not latest. 5 years ago. Dad and cousin Teddy. Okay. Maybe I'm not doing this podcast. Let's click popular and see if he's got any bangers. Any guest I like? I don't know who Bobby Altoff is. I do know who Bobby Lee is. Bill Burr. Let's do Bill Burr. That's where I'm at. Bill Burr. Bill Burr and Rick Glassman, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Unit 207's blocking that. Sign in. Just sign in. Come on in. The water's fine. Oh, and they're on their spare render and stuff. And subframe. Google syndication. At 12:25 p.m. PST. So let's try Tubi. Like I was trying originally and then decided not to because it reacted the same way as YouTube as far as the task manager goes. Searched foreign whore. And we've got service worker under Tubi TV as well. Now we have dedicated worker multiple times over and service worker underneath Tubi. Ended process, but I believe I also ended Tubi. Yep. Spare render, and again, extension, office editing, kicking up. They believe that if I stay on Tubi because of their popping up of other individuals, that they're going to be able to once again resume with their acts of domestic terrorism. We're going to YouTube again, which is where we just listened to that podcast. And we see waiting for fastfly 2.2b.video because of Unit 207's hacking. The spare renderer's already popped up. Now we've got service worker under the YouTube link. I already heard Tim Dillon's latest episode. I'm going to try Pluto TV foreign films and see if we get all the same things we get with Tubi. So far, the search brings up spare renderer and service worker attempting to connect to YouTube. Ending that process, ending the spare renderer again. Now clicking on Pluto TV, the link for World Cinema. Waiting for the page to load, which requires it to go through those of you who are going to prison. Now we have dedicated worker, back forward, cached page, and spare renderer. Oh, and Widevine continent decryption. Ending that. Now they've got subframe, HTTPS, Google syndication. Ended that. Spare renderer again. 12:30 p.m. Multiple dedicated workers popping up with Pluto TV initiated and subframe Google Tag Manager now, as well as double click. So I've ended all of those at 12:30 p.m. Searching 90 Day Fiance, clicking on TLC Go from the web browser, opening up the task manager. We have back forward cached page again. Ending that. Spare renderer. Subframe dimdex.net. Subframe Warner Media. Spare renderer again. Okay, now going back to the page. There's only one anyway. Searching full foreign film free YouTube. Clicking on somebody's channel titled Foreign Movies. We've got back, forward, cache, subframe, service worker. Again, you're not a service worker, you're a domestic terrorist. Spare renderer, 2 renderers as well as the spare renderer at 1234. Going back to the YouTube channel, which hasn't loaded. Searching Scumbags of History. The podcast Brittany Smith just said she did. See if it's on YouTube. It is. Who was the first one that started it all? Mother Teresa. Let's do it, man. This looks like it's going to be way better than the This Is the Worst podcast. No offense to the other Brittany.
Welcome to Scumbags of History. I am Mateen Stewart.
And I'm Brittany Schmidt.
And every week we pick a historical figure and we tell you how they're a scumbag.
Or maybe they're not.
No, they're going to be a scumbag. I mean, your scumbag scale might be different than my scumbag scale. So
Yeah, that's
we'll
true.
see. Well, have you ever heard of Mother Teresa?
Of course I have.
Did you know she was a scumbag?
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she was a scumbag.
No, she wasn't.
Because today, she's our scumbag, Mother Teresa. Yeah.
I'm talking about scumbags of history. Talking about these people suck ass. They were pieces of shit. They still pieces of shit. Scumbags of history. Scumbags of history.
What do you know about Mother Teresa?
Literally nothing. I think she was Catholic, right?
Yeah, she's Catholic.
And then she
weren't you Catholic? Aren't you
yes,
Catholic?
I went through school the whole time. I was like la 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 la. I didn't want to listen to any of it.
So you're Catholic and you've never.
I've heard of her. I just wasn't paying attention. I wasn't online. Like I don't.
Nutri-Grain bars, strawberry flavored with crackers.
Okay. So is Elton John.
Jam, baby.
No, he's a sir. Come on.
Don't underestimate the Ritz crackers, man. These are fucking delicious.
Oh my God! No, Elton John is a sir. Mother
And this
Teresa is a
this
sir.
has thiamine, which is what my body's been needing this month. Thiamine.
Potato. Okay. In 1979.
How can I tell?
she won
Because it's the
Nobel
only
Peace
thing in
Prize.
the house that I have that has thiamine in it. And the first one that I ate, it was like my body was like, yes,
Helping people.
this is what you need.
Poor. And she worked with a lot of lepers.
And I've looked at the nutrition labels on everything else, and nothing else has thiamine in it.
Spent most of her time. In 1997, she died. She got a Nobel Peace Prize in 1979.
Okay.
Also, in 1996, you know what happened?
No.
She was made into a Cinnabon. Ever heard of the nun bun?
She wasn't made into a
Well,
Cinnabon.
a Cinnabon was made, like a cinnamon roll was made.
First of all, it wasn't at Cinnabon.
No, it wasn't.
Keep that company's
No,
name
it was
out of your mouth.
No, it was at a place in Nashville, Tennessee.
Right.
In 1996, they made the Cinnabon, or Cinnabon.
First of all, stop saying Cinnabon. It's a cinnamon roll. Okay.
That looked like her. They call it the nun bun. Have you never seen the nun bun?
No.
Here, show the nun bun. Do you not see it right there?
I mean, it kind of looks like an old crotchety woman, but
Well, she was an old crotchety woman.
it kind of also looks like an orange, like a rotting orange.
So they call this, you know what they call that? They call it the Immaculate Convection.
Okay.
No, that's what
and
they call
nobody ate it?
No, it's still preserved to this day.
That is so stupid.
Yeah, it is kind of stupid.
Wait, did it not mold? What was it made
No,
out
they
of?
lacquered it up, and they made sure that it didn't get old. So in 1996,
That's what I want to do to myself.
Yeah, just lacquer it up,
Yeah.
and you become a saint. You're gonna be a saint, really, like you and Elton John.
Yeah.
So they covered it up, and they made it into like a art piece, so to say.
Of course.
So
Tennessee.
That was like 27 years ago.
Okay.
And also, in 1999, she was voted in a Gallup poll to be the most respected person on the city.
Okay.
You don't agree?
I mean, I don't. Why?
I don't know. I didn't do the poll. So if you had to pick the top,
Yeah, who also were we polling?
who would you pick as the top 3 respected people in the century?
Barack Obama.
No, that's different century.
Wrong century? Well, I don't know. I only know the century I'm alive in.
You were alive in 1999.
Okay, Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. Okay. Respected.
That's my
You can tell
president.
her lane is people getting blowjobs in the
Yeah.
White House. That's respectable
Yeah.
that he did that. Okay.
I don't know who else was around. Muhammad Ali.
Okay, that's
a good one. That was a good one.
That's a good one.
That was
Okay,
a good
one
one.
more.
Yeah. I was gonna say Whitney Houston, but she wasn't really respected.
Her drug dealers respected.
Yeah. She was good. Dope shit, and also just dope. Yeah.
All right, one more thing.
Mateen, my brain is.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you mine.
Yeah. Okay, do that.
I'd say Martin Luther King.
Oh. What?
He was respected.
Oh, of course he was, but
He's that century, yes. The
you
century.
said when I was alive.
No, the century. You were alive in that century. My number 2 would be JFK. And then my number 3 would be Juvenile. Because he made Back That Ass Up.
Yeah.
And Back That Ass Up is the best song of all time. If you want to fight me about it, you can fight me about it. But it is.
That is a
He
pretty
did
good
it
song.
for the 99 and the 2000.
Back to Mother Teresa.
Back to my
We have gotten off
Who's a scumbag?
the rails. Yeah. Allegedly. Why is she a scumbag?
So I'm going to let you know some other information about her. Started in 1950, she spent nearly half a century caring for the poor, the sick, and dying in India. eventually all over the world. Okay. She took care of people. She made sure that they were all right.
This sounds like a nightmare.
Ooh, Mother Teresa?
No, just that job, just taking care of everyone.
Just being, so it's a nightmare helping people.
Yeah.
So you never, when was the last time you helped somebody?
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know? Have you ever, do you give homeless people money?
No.
No, never.
I have, but then I got stingy.
How so?
I just was like, you're just gonna spend it on drugs, and that's what I need that money for.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Like I'll give homeless people money if they do like a song or dance.
Okay, so you turn them into a clown.
No,
that's
it's not.
worse.
No, it's not that. It's just that. Like, there's so many homeless people here.
That's so dehumanizing. That's
I know.
way worse.
Okay.
You just keep your money and just don't embarrass them.
No. But if they go, I don't say like dance.
No, you say dance for me.
They come up to me like shoo-doo. I'll give them money. But if they just ask me for money, I'm not gonna just give them money.
Okay.
I'm no Mother Teresa. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Yeah.
That I've heard.
You know what that's called?
What?
It's called an illusion.
What does that mean?
With an A. So you use something, a literary term, to compare something to a person or a place.
Did you just say that to make me feel stupid?
No, it's a real thing. So
no, I'm sure it is, but you didn't have to say that.
You would be surprised that she's a scumbag because she's usually known as somebody that's good. So someone does something like, oh well, she's this, but she's no Mother Teresa. But now we're gonna let you know that if someone is bad, you're like, oh, she's bad, but she's no Mother Teresa. All right, so she started a religious women's home and missionaries and charities, which ran hospices for lepers and orphanages. I mean, you know what a leper is?
Something's wrong with their skin.
Leprosy.
Right?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So they have these houses where they put lepers.
Wait, what is like?
I think it's some kind of like skin.
Is it like necrosis? Like where it's like?
What you call me? I think it's like that because they have leper houses.
Right, like their skin falls off. Right?
They can't be around other people.
Okay.
So yeah, so she had orphanages, she had leper houses, and she had.
Is it highly contagious?
I would assume that's highly contagious because you have to be around other people
with leprosy.
But I guess if she had her nuns working,
right?
Yeah. So she had over 400.
Were they in hazmat suits?
Probably.
Yeah.
They were protected by the
that job Jesus. Sucks. Next time you think your job sucks, just remember.
At least you don't work with leprosy. Mm-hmm. So she had over 4,000 nuns that she worked with.
Okay.
You know what a nun is?
Yeah, a nun is somebody who wears. I wore a slutty nun costume once in college. It's like a black hat.
Any costume you wear is slutty. If you have it on.
It's a black hat, and they like whip you with the ruler, and they tell you that you're going to hell.
Yeah.
If you masturbate and stuff like that.
Did you go to Catholic school?
I sure did. But
there
were no nuns.
There were no nuns.
No.
So.
What kind of Catholic school doesn't have any nuns?
Was it an all-girl school?
No, it was just, I think, really grumpy lesbian teachers.
Okay.
But they weren't nuns.
So
maybe that's what nuns are too.
Were there any men teachers?
Not in my Catholic school, no. Okay. They're all women.
So there was not like a father or...
Oh, there was a Father Bob, but he was the priest. He's not a teacher.
Oh, so the priest did not teach?
No.
Did Father Bob ever get in controversy?
Father Bob was an alcoholic. Father Bob would come to church fucking smashed. And then, like, when it was, like, you know, at the end, when you do this Holy Sacrament, you have the wine left over and the bread, he would just chug all the wine.
Father Bob was a scumbag.
Yeah. Father Bob was lit, but he didn't have to drive. He just lived in the... what's it called, rectory, like right next door, so he would just walk to work.
He had no like controversy with it.
Not like touching kids.
Okay.
I couldn't even catch a look.
Okay.
You know.
Well,
also not a boy.
Don't like, you're not his type. So here's some other things about her that you might not know.
Okay.
At 12 years old, she decided that she wanted to dedicate her life to God.
How fucking boring. Can you imagine being friends with her?
No.
No.
What were you doing at 12 years old?
I was stealing shit from my mom's jewelry chest and taking it to school and like trying to buy friends with money. Like I couldn't get a friend to save my life, so I would steal all my mom's jewelry and wear it, and then I would steal her money and try and give it to people to be my friends.
Yeah, you weren't dedicated.
I was not dedicated. No, I got in trouble actually. My teacher was like, I think Brittany's trying to buy friendships.
Whoa, at 12 years old?
Yeah.
Let me see, what was I doing at 12? So at 12, I got caught stealing a movie from a store.
Yeah.
While my dad was in the store.
Applesauce and Mott's fruit snacks, which are
So we
not
both were
as good
dedicating
as
our life to
Welch's.
stealing.
Stealing and
Yeah.
masturbating.
Yeah, well, I wasn't there
But the
yet.
applesauce is good.
Not much has changed.
You don't steal anymore.
Yeah. No, I don't steal anymore. I still masturbate. So she worked as a nun and a teacher for 20 years before receiving her call, realizing that her life's work was to work in missions, and she wanted to work with the poorest of the poor. So that's where she began working with the impoverished people in India, and then she started her orphanages and her lepers houses and her hospices. So she sounds like she's a good person, right? She spent her whole life.
I mean, on paper, aside from being terribly boring, she seems pretty good.
Yeah. Do you think Mother Teresa ever caught some D?
No, because if she did, she wouldn't be doing that shit.
No.
Be out in the wild getting black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Nah.
I think some nuns have to have. I mean,
Don't
I think,
step on my
I think
Nikes.
some of them are lesbians, but I think some nuns have.
Caught one too many D's, and then they had to turn to Jesus. From D's to Jesus.
From D's to Jesus. From D's to G's.
From D's to G's.
Can we just start calling Jesus G's?
Yeah.
So Mother Teresa was down with G's. She devoted her life to G's.
At the age of 12, she didn't even get a period yet, and then she was like,
she decided that she wanted to be God.
What would you do if your kid did that? At 12, was like, I'm going to devote my life to God. Would you be like, grow up? Kid?
No. If my daughter did that, oh my God.
I'd say, sure thing, son. Let's talk
Yeah.
number 17 and see
Like,
if
go
you
get
still
some
feel the same
friends.
way.
I can't even imagine that.
Okay, anyway, back to her being a
All right, so
scumbag.
these are some other good things she did. Okay.
More good stuff? I'm
Yes.
so sick of the
No,
good
she's
stuff.
a good person. She's a saint.
Oh,
Like Elton John. She brokered a temporary ceasefire during the first Lebanon war between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization.
How?
Then she went to the Red Cross to save 36 disabled children from the mental hospital.
Why did they need to be saved
I'm not
from
being
the mental
cocky because I'm not
hospital?
doing anything at all.
But
But I do think that I should point out that the FBI
Yeah, she wore a costume like
has
a
said they
superhero.
fucking love this
Yeah.
think
She
pad.
took them out of the place
They
they
called
were
it the think
supposed to
tank.
be.
The
I mean,
think
imagine
tank.
somebody's in a mental hospital because they're supposed to be there and somebody coming to let
Might
them
be
out.
old and dated, but
Who let
That's
the dogs out?
the FBI loves this device.
She let them out.
There's just a bunch of handicapped kids on the street. And she's like, free hell house, free hell
We need
house.
these kids to be here.
And
then,
did they have care when they got out, or did she just let them free?
I think she just went and let them free, but she also she brokered that ceasefire, and I can't imagine what she would have to say to do that.
That's where she was sucking dicks.
Because because they're both Israeli
Yeah,
and Muslims, and she comes
that's
in
where
and
she was getting railroaded.
oh my God, imagine. She goes, okay guys, if you stop the
She's
fire,
like,
I'll
I'll lift up
swallow
my
your cum."
cloak. I'll lift up my cloak, and you guys can Eiffel Tower me.
She would back that ass up. Poor pig.
I backed my ass up for way less.
Here's a fun fact that you might not know. Mother Teresa was hospitalized a few times a month before her death, where she experienced 2 sleepless nights, and she was behaving strangely, right? And so they said that she might have had a demon come to visit her. She was old, and
A demon? Okay, have you ever had 2 sleepless nights? Yes, you have a kid. Like, it's
Yes.
not a demon, it's just sleep
but they said she
deprivation.
was acting strangely, so she wasn't acting like herself. So they were saying that maybe she had a demon coming to her. And you know what they did?
Demon semen.
Yeah,
It was some
maybe,
guy she was
maybe.
fucking.
She got the D.
Yeah.
The demon was coming. You know what they did?
What?
They had an exorcist.
Exorcism.
Yeah, they exorcised her. And she started acting right.
I think this bitch is playing.
Have you ever seen that movie, Exorcist?
Yes, my
Yeah.
mom told me to not watch it, so immediately I
You had
found
to
a
watch
friend,
it?
yeah, and then I went and watched it, and I was awake for a month straight. I was so scared.
So I can't imagine Mother Teresa getting exorcised.
I can't either.
Do you think she masturbated with the cross too?
No, I think she definitely walked down the stairs on her hands.
Just break dancing.
At like what was she, like 86?
I think she was. I have to check that, but she was.
Demons don't want old people, by the way. They're trying to get the young ones.
Yeah.
I don't think they want the old ones.
But if she's saintly, if she's one of God's people, you don't think that they would like want to attack one of the top soldiers, God's people?
I mean, let's be real. None of that's.
I mean,
like the demons aren't.
No,
demons aren't. I don't think they're that.
It's a figurative thing.
Yeah.
Not a real. Because you're not religious now.
No, I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious.
Okay, what does that mean?
I believe that there is a higher intelligence in us and there is a divine plan, but I just don't believe that you have to go to church and pay money to be a part of it.
No, you don't. And so, like, I'm not really big into religion either. But I didn't grow up Catholic, but I got molested like I did. And, but
I'm sorry to laugh at your
that
face.
is hilarious. No,
it's so funny.
This is why we're here. But
did he have candy at least?
No, not the first time. I just so he didn't give me a second time because he didn't have candy. If he had candy, I would have. But anyway, I digress.
Oh
so
boy.
I grew up in a church, but I didn't grow up Catholic. But we go to church. My mom was really into it before, and I remember I got into an argument with my mom.
That's one of the great tragedies that I'm so glad that Godzilla spared me from experiencing, man. If I had ever been sexually molested as a kid, I know myself well enough that I'm telling you, 17-year-old me would have killed him. Never happened to me. I'm glad I never got sexually molested. Props to them, though, for making jokes about it.
You want to dedicate
Hopefully
your
they're
life to
over
shit.
it.
No,
look at you.
I know, look at me. But now you're ready for the...
Yeah. That was,
That's all the good stuff.
That was so much good stuff.
There was so much good stuff that she did.
Also,
Nobel Peace Prize.
Who cares?
Ceasefire.
Do you even aspire to any of that stuff? Like, if somebody gave me a Nobel Peace Prize, I would be like, oh, I'm so boring. I'm the most boring person in this room.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
so?
Benny Schmidt.
Yeah,
a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah,
That's
Barack
rad
Obama
as
has one.
fuck.
Really?
Yeah. All right, so here's what you did. Here's the things that you...
I didn't know any of the things.
You didn't know any of it.
Yeah. So.
But here's why Mother Teresa is on our show.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is she on this? I've never heard anything bad about Mother
So
Teresa.
you don't want to hang out with her?
I'm a scumbag of president.
Yeah,
I don't know a ton about her.
You're not
I've read one biography.
So you don't want to hang out at one of her...
I know Gandhi was a pedophile.
They were not...
What was up with Mother Teresa?
A Guardian article in 1996 claimed that the conditions in her Indian orphanages were gross and disgusting, and the kids were malnourished, and they didn't eat, and they all were stuck in the room just doing nothing. So essentially, Mother Teresa's orphanages was worse than Annie.
I'm sensing a theme where she's like saving people who were just fine. They were like doing better before her.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like, do you think that she knew? She had to know because she was at the top.
Yeah, she knew.
Yeah. So like I said, it was worse than Miss Hannigan. You know who Miss Hannigan is? Her man.
No, but yeah, go for it.
Worse than Oliver Twist.
Yeah, I mean, I think these orphanages are all kind of a scam because like they're just they don't have the resources.
No, and none of these kids are getting adopted, so they're just there, just being treated like animals.
Right.
And MT, we're gonna call it MT. She didn't do nothing.
She was busy sucking dick for peace treaties.
MT, WWJD. This is the thing. When we deal with religious people and like we found out that they're a scumbag, they worship like the perfect person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, and it's like they don't do anything that Jesus would do.
I mean, they're just doing too much. This is a perfect example of being overexerted. She wanted to take on the world, and then she just killed a bunch of kids.
Yeah, that's exactly what she did.
Yeah.
Also, in her hospices, where people go to die on their last legs, the people there, they weren't given any pain medication. So, the only thing that they were given is aspirin.
Damn.
So, you're dying. Can you imagine being on your deathbed?
She should just give him a Smith & Wesson.
Yeah. And just... That would be such a mess. That would be such a mess.
That would be more gangster than giving a dying person aspirin. Can you imagine how bad they just want to get out of there?
A hospice with...
I got an aspirin. You get to pick. You get 2 fucking aspirin or you get 1 bullet.
But here she is. She has these people that are on their deathbed and they had no pain management. No pain management at all.
Maybe she was taking all the pills.
Maybe.
I doubt it. I mean, again, it's an access thing. It's like she just clearly like She bit off more than she could chew.
But she was getting millions of dollars in donations.
So then where was it going?
I don't know. Maybe she had a coke habit. I don't know what.
This is what I'm saying. There's like these fucking. That's why it's so sketchy when religions get all this money or religious people.
I'm not
get all
buying
this
that
money,
Mother
and it's like,
Teresa
where's
is
it
a
going? Why
scumbag
is he
because
driving
of
a
those
Bentley? Why
two
why is he flying
things.
a
For those of you that don't
private
know,
I don't think there's any.
she ran nunneries and convents around the world, not just in
That's
India.
gonna be it. That's gonna
Well,
be
her
it.
organization did. I don't know
That's
if she went to all of them, but I know that she ggave orders to all of the nuns, which they followed. And I know because I have heard a documentary podcast that interviewed multiple nuns that worked under Mother Teresa at places like orphanages. And she was a hardcore ascetic.
But did she?
Like when you imagine a monk eating nothing but rice and like maybe one vegetable a day, or a nun eating nothing but oatmeal. That's the sort of aesthetic she was. The nuns were like, oh, she was more rigorous and about embracing the poverty as a service to God than anyone who would be stealing millions of dollars from a charity. You know what I'm saying? If you don't believe me, try being an ascetic for 12 days. Just try for 12 days.
Devout. Okay, whatever. You're going, well, you are Catholic, so, well, you are.
The point of that, by the way, the reason people choose to be an aesthetic is because Godzilla has to inflict pain on each and every one of us who are alive all the time. All the time. And the more you love something, are excited for something, have planned for something, are attempting to defend or protect something, usually the more painful Godzilla will make it. So people who embrace aestheticism and self-flagellation, like when you see those crazy Catholic guys that are hitting themselves on the back as a form of penance,
do you think
the thought behind that, the reason for those occurrences is because then Godzilla won't inflict so much emotional pain on you. You're willingly choosing to suffer with only eating applesauce and Garditas. You're willing to choose to hit yourself and leave marks on your back as a form of penance with self-flagellation.
She's trash. She's trash.
Is it true? It is true. But is it fun? No, it's not. It's meant to be painful and awful in order to save you from emotional pain. That's the trade-off.
No,
that's what we're here.
That's why we're here for. We let you know who's a scumbag of history, who you might not know who's. Because you didn't know.
I didn't even know what she was up to for real. I thought she might still be alive.
She is not still alive.
I hope that when she died, she had to go to her hospice. It's just
like, here you go, bitch.
Here you go, bitch.
And they just give her an aspirin.
Surrounded by like smelly, malnourished kids.
And I'm pretty sure
I shouldn't have said smelly. Sorry.
They definitely smell.
They do, but I should have said that. It's sad. They're kids. You know.
They are kids.
They are kids. Yeah.
It wasn't all suffering in her hospices. Her patients got to become Christians.
Oh wow, what a treat!
So they die and they go to heaven.
What a scam!
Yes.
What a thing!
I'm sorry I treated you. Let me baptize you so you can become a Christian and go to heaven.
You would think they already were, if they went there.
Yeah, but then you had to make sure. I guess you had to make sure.
Yeah, I got to double check.
Yeah. Former members of her missionary of her charity, she was Susan Schultz, in her published memoir in Mother's House, explained that there were a practice of convert conversions that came from the top, writing that in the homes for the dying, Mother taught the sisters how to secretly baptize those who were dying. So you would go to her hospice, and then the nuns would come in, and then they would just secretly baptize you. Were you baptized?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to heaven, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I don't get about.
There's nothing wrong with it, dude. I'm fine with nuns secretly baptizing people in hospice. Who cares? If I was dying, I would be fine with whoever wants to show up.
I mean, the secret baptism is
person and drop liquid on me.
Also, like, what is that baptism rape? Like, you're not allowed to just baptize somebody who doesn't want to be baptized.
Conversion rate, like, what if they just baptize somebody and just their head just caught on fire?
There's no fire involved in baptism.
But I'm just saying, if they're like a demon, like,
but dude, no.
So they did this because they were saying that they wanted everyone to get a ticket to heaven.
Okay. Yeah. Instead of oxycodone.
If you
I
really
would rather have oxys and go to hell.
If you really want people to go to heaven, give them oxys.
Yeah.
So when you die, this chemical that's produced called DMT
Oh, I know.
Yeah. And so a lot of people
done it.
think that people that die and then come back to life, they have this visions of going to heaven. But I think they're just high off DMT.
Yeah, I've done DMT, so.
Yeah, and then they just come back.
Yeah, and you think you're laced up with the Lord.
Yeah, and it's really DMT.
Yeah.
So heaven is DMT. That is what we're saying.
So you can get super high here and then also just go to
Oh
hell.
no!
Yeah.
103 p.m. Unit 207 feels they've accomplished
She
something.
also controlled her nuns, and her nuns did not like her. Okay.
Let's
nuns
hope
weren't
Kim
allowed-
Jong-un
Yeah, because I'm about to tell you why.
Oh, okay.
has
Nuns
found
weren't allowed
Kim
to chat or
Jong-un's
gossip. They were only
decoy
allowed to
rubber
say
ducky
prayers
detonator.
together because of the general paranoia that people who got too emotionally close would violate their covenant.
Covenant.
Yeah, like they would violate the covenant.
Chastity.
Well, chastity.
Chastity is they would start finger banging each other.
Yeah, well, isn't that
And
covenant? You don't keep your covenant.
I don't think that's what covenant means.
Yeah, we have to look it up.
I don't think there's enough
Devout,
nun
right?
porn.
It's
That's
like
what I
devout.
think. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like,
Go
dude,
back
I've
to
only seen like
devout.
one porno with nuns.
The word you just learned. Don't try to throw devout
Shut up.
covenant
Well,
at me.
anyway.
Chastity. Anyway, she didn't want her nuns
No,
fucking
she didn't want-
scissoring.
Yeah, so physical human contact.
So they couldn't even
Friendships were prohibited.
gossip.
No.
This bitch was so boring. Like, I think that is her main crime.
She
is
was
that
an
she's a
aesthetic.
fucking bore.
See, they weren't
Like,
allowed to gossip.
You can't even talk. You can't even be like, did you see
No,
it?
They weren't allowed to
she
enjoy
said that-
affection.
See how that guy
Not
died
because she
over
was
there? We just
sadistic
gave
and
him 2
controlling,
aspirin.
guys. It's because if you
Take
avoid
these
those
two
sorts
and
of
call me in the
physical
morning.
pleasures,
I can't. I'll be dead.
Godzilla is more merciful with the emotional damage he inflicts. It's
This
a
bitch is
loophole.
fucking
It's an
a
Easter
snooze
egg.
fest.
You won't
And
find
she's
it written like
paranoid.
that in
Yeah,
any
she
spiritual
was-
book
I
across the world, but that's what it
Probably,
is.
because she knew
That's
that
what all
they were
the
gonna start talking
aesthetics
about
know.
where's all the money at?
Yeah, where's all the money?
Yeah.
What she's doing with the money.
Yeah.
Talking about the lepers and the hospices and the.
Did she do anything fun? Like, was it apparent where the money was going?
No.
Or no?
She didn't do anything fun.
The bitch is boring.
There's no like. I don't know if she left her money to anybody.
But at some point, you know, you do
She
always
better have left
indulge.
it to the
She
fucking
lived-
You might go for a long
Lord.
time just
You
eating
know,
like
to say,
grains
like,
and
oh,
nuts
yeah,
and
devote my
berries.
to God.
And then one day you're like, damn,
To live
I just got
another-
offered to eat
They should live to her
this
to
excellent meal of
I wonder who
lamb
she
and
is
bread
now.
and
She's
veggies,
probably
and then you eat all of that and it's
reincarnated
delicious.
already.
She's Cardi B.
Yeah.
You will suffer emotional pain shortly thereafter for the indulgence.
That's a wet ass pussy.
It sounds crazy
Wet-ass
until you
pussy.
try it, and then you'll notice, oh my gosh, it
Yeah, that timeline's
replicates. It's
impossible.
It's wet
replicable.
with the Holy Ghost.
It's
holy
a
water.
Holy water.
Easter egg from Godzilla.
What is it? It's a holy. What is it?
The more
That's
you don't
holy
like
water
what
and
you
the sun.
eat,
And the
and the
Holy
more you
Spirit.
refrain from sex or
Not
any
the
sort of
holy water.
physical
Not the holy
pleasure,
water.
That's just
even
tequila.
masturbation, the less
Just ask
emotional
Lily's
damage
father,
Godzilla will inflict on you.
What's your father's name?
Charlie? My
No.
dad?
No.
Oh.
God damn it.
But
Not
again,
your-
nobody can do it 24/7.
Oh,
You always
Bob.
end up indulging,
Bob.
and then you always
Father
end up
Bob.
getting
Holy water
emotional
was
pain.
tequila.
Holy water was tequila.
But it's like equal measure.
For the Father.
You ate a
Father,
damn good meal, and then you ate those leftovers for 5 days.
So the nuns
You will
can
probably
only
have some
visit,
emotional
the
suffering that is very
once a
extreme
month.
for about 5
That's
days.
way too many times a month.
Once a month.
Oh my god.
You
if I
didn't
had to see my
masturbate or have
movie
sex
once
for
a month,
years, and then you
that
got a
is
new girlfriend and you
punishment.
banged her
Also
12 times
don't
over the
write
weekend.
one letter.
Then you're probably going to have a few
Again,
days that
touch
week
me
that are a little
Yeah.
bit more
They
emotionally
had to
taxing than
flog
normal.
themselves.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. That's what she made them
It's
do.
like
She
a
made them
Godzilla trigger.
flog
A
themselves.
Godzilla
I
trigger.
think that's hitting with like it's with knotted ropes.
Oh, with a knotted rope, yeah. Like
Okay, and she's expecting them not to get aroused.
Because what you have to always realize is even though it's not apparent when you look at others and you try and be objective, it is intentionally made
I would
to not be
phoning
apparent.
that in, or I'd be going.
But it's
fucking
all about
apeshit
checks and
coming
balances.
you think
everywhere.
she sat there and watched like
Those
No,
who
she
have
was
suffered the
busy.
most in
She's
life
busy spending
end
that
up
money.
getting
I
to be
think
the
she's like at
happiest
Six
as long as they
she was
endure.
at Six Flags. Oh, if flogging didn't bother you, just know that she was.
It's
pretty
not karma
shady.
because it's based on this life.
No shit.
Like Donald Trump level shady. Mother Teresa never released her accounts or her finances, and she maintained a practice of zero transparency. Zero. So that means no one knew what she had, where she had it, and what she was doing.
And it's Sunday. I just want to remind everybody that the FBI authorizes me on Sunday to be what?
She didn't have to.
Yeah.
Hooray!
She was a 501c3.
History is fucking mystery.
They
It's where
know.
this money
Means I'm
went.
authorized to be a super
She had
king Kamehameha
millions and
bitch.
Millions of donations that were just unaccounted for.
Yeah, I just want to know what she did for fun, because obviously she had something going on.
Yeah, they were. All the donations were deposited in the bank, and she knew where it was, and no one else.
Maybe she was paying out Palestine or whatever that peace treaty was.
But the thing about it is, the aesthetic of her life didn't change. Like, she didn't have any fancy cars. She didn't have any fancy houses.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, where did the money go?
To peace in the Middle East.
Really?
No, of course not.
No.
But I don't know where it went.
Mother Teresa, if you can hear us, where the fuck did your money go, B?
Cardi B.
Cardi B. Cardi B.
Cardi B.
Dude, can we need to write that movie where Mother Teresa dies and she come back as Cardi B.
You read that movie.
Yes.
I'll be in it. I'll be
yes.
Mother Teresa.
You
And I'll just put that cinnamon roll on my face.
the nun bun.
The nun bun.
You can get the nun bun.
Yeah.
I want to go see the nun bun.
No, you don't. You have better ways to spend your life.
I do have way better ways to spend my life. So, there was an investigation, and they found out that only 7% of the donations that were made to Mother Teresa were accounted for. 7%. So that means
93%
93%
went
What?
to go into Six Flags.
Six Flags over heaven.
She was just going on the giant drop over and over again.
Yeah, so 93% that she kept. And so they said that she had so much money that if she withdrew the money that she had from the Vatican bank, that it would go default.
That's crazy. Also, I didn't know the Vatican had a bank.
Yeah, the Vatican has its own bank. The Vatican has everything. Did you know the Vatican is its own city?
Yeah, I've been there.
Its own country. I mean.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Is
You been to the
Washington D.C.? Yeah, I have. I went when I was young. My mom made me go, and she made me look at the ceiling, and I was like, I don't care. She made me walk so far to get there too. Our hotel was 7 miles away.
It's in Italy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you walked 7 miles.
Yes, and my sister was sick and puking, so she got to stay at the hotel. I was so salty, and then I had to go to the Vatican and look at the fucking ceiling, and I was like, dude, bruh, I do not care.
So the Catholic Church is one of the biggest businesses.
That's a shit vacation.
I didn't. Wait,
as
is
a
Washington
kid.
D.C.
We walked 7 miles and stared at a ceiling in one of the cathedrals at the Vatican.
country?
It's not its own country. It's not its own state. It's a city.
Okay, well,
It's the capital of America.
And then,
They were
interestingly
thinking about
enough, as a
What does
39-year-old,
the
I'm
DC
like,
stand
oh, that would
for?
be cool, dude. I would enjoy. I've never been to the Vatican.
So
I'd
they were
enjoy
thinking
going
about
to the
making
Vatican.
DC,
I want to go to their library
but,
because they've got all of
I
the redacted
think that did
books.
not happen.
They realized it would be insolvent.
But it wasn't always the capital of our country.
Really?
Yeah.
What was?
Philadelphia.
Flip it up.
Philadelphia. And then they moved it after.
Yeah, because they're fucking Philly can't.
Yeah.
They're like, this can't be what we stand for.
Yeah, so then they moved it to Washington, D.C. And there was a man named Benjamin Banneker,
Okay, stop. I don't care. Keep
who's a
going.
black man.
Oh, of course.
He designed it. Don't do, of course. Come on.
Because you were losing me, and then you had to bring it back.
I feel like she has better chemistry with this dude than the other Brittany, than Tommy Lee's wife.
Necrosis. It's
Necrosis.
a flesh-eating disease. When a recluse spider bites you, your skin starts to dissolve off your body. It's called necrosis.
Is a recluse?
Recluse is a spider.
No, definitely a scumbag. Definitely.
Yeah.
So she had all this money, and no one,
So the Vatican Bank would have collapsed if she took it out, but good thing she didn't take it out.
because the Vatican Bank is still around.
Yeah,
And
so maybe she just left it all to the bank.
And we still don't know
What
her
the
money
fuck?
is.
Yeah.
And she died in 1997.
She's still alive.
You think she's still alive?
She's Cardi B.
Yeah, they preserved her.
She back.
She back. They preserved her like the nun bun. She
Yeah.
just shellacked. She shellacked over. I've known Mother Teresa, the name. She's been all throughout pop culture. I remember an episode of Animaniacs. They had her on there. I don't know what she sounded like. I just know what she looks like. I don't know what she looked like as a young person. She looks like one of those people that was just born old. Like you just like, oh, that person. Like when you see someone old like that.
Born 72.
She's been old her whole life. And, just finding out that this person who's a saint, like Elton John, is such a scumbag. It is just.
You're never gonna let me live that.
No. I will never let you live that down. I wanna go to Elton John's funeral just so I can be like, say Elton John, the Rocket Man.
And I know it's gonna be a long, long time.
Oh,
Tiny Dancer.
Tiny Dancer.
Saint Tiny Dancer. Yeah.
Tiny Dancer.
Hold me
But yeah,
closer,
she's scumbag.
Tony
Yeah, she's scumbag.
She's an awful
Dancer.
person.
Mm-hmm.
She portrayed herself as one thing and did the other.
So she's just a person.
She's just a scumbag person.
That's what we all do.
A scumbag.
Don't we all present better than we are?
Yeah, but we all don't.
No,
give
I
people
disagree. I
aspirin.
think some people present
Oxycontin.
much worse than they are,
But they need oxygen.
especially shy
I
people.
know. You got AIDS. No, wait, I don't.
Shoo-doo.
Yeah.
Good luck. Your skin's falling off. Here's some aspirin.
Yeah, man.
The lepers.
She's one of the biggest, one of the most recognizable names
Mm-hmm.
in human history.
For now.
Yeah, and she's also one of the most awful people in human
Yeah.
history that no one would have known about unless.
No, not at all. They haven't said anything on here that makes Mother
She's
Teresa
trash.
sound bad. They
What
just
do you
point
think,
out what
Mother
I'd already
Teresa?
heard from the nuns, which is she's a hardcore
From
aesthetic.
0 to 100. So 0 is not a scumbag, and 100 is maximum scumbag.
Well, I really don't like anything about this bitch. So I would say she's like I'm going to give her like a 89.
89. That's high.
I know, but she's trash.
That's high.
I think the thing that makes you the most trash is when you act like you're doing good shit and you're really just ruining people's lives, and then you also accept the title of sainthood.
She got
I
that
just-
when she was dead, but
Oh well,
yeah.
fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I just think she's trash. It sounds like she ruined
At
more
1:14
lives than
p.m.
she helped.
PST,
And
a
it's-
guy upstairs
maybe her
got back from
intentions were
somewhere
good, and
and
maybe she was,
he said,
like,
all right,
pure-hearted,
they've got a
but,
plan.
like,
They're going to
the
commit some
execution,
domestic
she
terrorism.
fucking broke her
Or
ankle
they're
and
not.
She executed
It's 1:14
poorly, so I'm gonna
p.m.
give her an 89. She's trash.
89 is pretty high,
She's
but I
trash.
see what you're saying, and I feel like I was gonna go 79 because 100 is the worst, but I feel like she did help enough to not be the 89.
I want to know where her money's at.
I want to know where her money's at too, because that's a big
That's
thing.
a big
Like,
question
'cause-
mark.
Yeah, because no one knows where her money is.
What if it went into like big pharma or like big tobacco?
Well, we know she didn't have access to medicine.
No, we don't know that she didn't have
She
access.
just
We
didn't
just
give it
know,
to those
yeah,
dying people.
yeah. She might have fucking funded the oxycodone movement
Yeah,
that wiped
maybe.
out.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. She was like the Walter White.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mother Teresa was doing all this. So I go 79, you go 89.
Yeah.
You guys let us know where you think Mother Teresa will fit on our scumbag scale, and we'll let you know what some of you guys said next week.
Sounds good. See you later.
I'm
See
giving her
you later,
25% on the scumbag scale. Here's why. If people who had leprosy were only getting 2 Tylenols, that is fucked up. But here's the thing. She was technically in charge of like hundreds of orphanages, hospices, charities all over the world, but she wasn't really in charge. She had nuns there that she gave instructions to. You know what I mean? So I just wonder, did she even know that they were giving lepers only 2 Tylenols when they were in hospice? Was she even aware of that? Because they said it was at one specific hospice.
Welcome to Scumbags of History. I am Mateen Stewart.
I like it though. This is a good
Schmidt?
podcast. And I like
Every
Brittany
week,
Schmidt. It's
pick
too
a
bad I can't log in
historical
and like it
figure
because this has like no
of your
views
scumbag.
comparatively.
Or maybe they're not.
No, they're going to be scumbag. I mean, your scumbag scale might be different than my scumbag scale. So,
Yeah.
Well,
Unit 207's got
well,
the
have
spare
you ever heard
renderer on again.
Mother Teresa.
Subframes and
Unit
service
207.
worker,
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she
same
was
as
still.
before.
No, she wasn't.
Girls
But
upstairs
today,
are excited that a
she's
guy
a
is
scumbag.
perpetrating the
Mother
domestic
Teresa.
terrorism for them right now at 1:16 p.m.
I'm talking about scumbags.
Ended those processes at 1:16 p.m.
Talking about these people suck ass. They were pieces of shit.
I clicked on the YouTube channel Scumbag of History. clicking on the Steve Jobs video on this channel, looking at the task manager, waiting for that video to load. It's not loading because Unit 207 hasn't let it play, I guess. Pushing play.
Mother Teresa, Gandhi, Dr. Seuss. Is it possible that all of these enlightened figures are total scumbags? That's what we try to decide on Scumbags of History, where we
Okay, Nerd Squad, so I don't know how to do it, but apparently if
some of
the
the famous people
oh no, it's still doing it. Even when the YouTube video is in the pop-out mode, where it's like you can move it with you around your
not
laptop,
historians. We're probably going to get stuff wrong from time
it's
to time.
still
So
triggered
do not use
with Unit
us
207
as a
attempting to
reference
terminate
in
it,
your
even though it's
research
not even my
paper.
it's not even my live stream, which is set to private per the FBI's instructions.
I'm talking about scumbags of history. Talking about these people suck ass. They wear pieces of shit. They still pieces of shit. Scumbags of history. Scumbags of history.
Okay, today we are
the soon-to-be one-liners on my wiki page this time next year.
Steve Jobs. Hot Daddy.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. to a real one. He revolutionized how we all interact with our phones and computers. In a good way? I don't know. But does making awesome technology we all use outweigh denying the existence of your daughter and making her and her mom live in poverty?
Wow, that's grade A scumbaggery.
I didn't know he had a bastard baby. That's cool, dude.
Shit.
I like it when the celebrities
Okay.
come out and they're like, I have a bastard
Steve
baby.
Jobs, tell me what you know
Like,
about
I was waiting Arnold
That
Schwarzenegger when he's
started
like, I fucked my
Apple,
ugly maid, dude. We have a baby.
I love Apple. I'm an Apple.
And then everybody was like,
I don't
oh,
think
he
anyone in the
fucked
world
up.
doesn't
He's
love
not a
Apple.
Kennedy
There's some
anymore.
guys
It's
who are
like, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
I
There's some
feel like,
people-
yeah, okay.
I
I feel
think
like creative.
He's a
people-
guy.
Yeah, 'cause
The
we're
maid
in
was the only
America.
woman in the house other
Oh,
than the
yeah,
wife. Come
yeah.
on.
other places, but I mean, I was not.
And that kid
Apple
looks
guy.
just like
When
him.
I got my iPhone, I was like, what the fuck? That's
In a
just-
tan,
Yeah,
thin version.
I was a BlackBerry bitch.
I was a BlackBerry bitch too.
Did
I
you
had
have BBM?
Yeah, I had to be. What was it? BBM.
Yeah, BBM.
Yeah, the messenger.
There was a moment in time with BBM where you did all that ho shit
Yeah,
with the BBMs. Oh my god.
Those were the days,
Those-
man.
I think the best years of my life.
Was BBM days?
BBM
The
days.
BBM Brits.
BBM
Yeah.
days. I was talking to, I'm talking to that 26-year-old. I was talking to him the other day. I was like, remember the BBM days? And he's like, no, bitch,
No.
I was 8. I was
Also,
like,
I just want to point out the
oh,
irony
man,
because I
yeah,
literally
you
don't
are
know,
too
but
young
it is
to-
possible that
I was
more
I
than
had a
one
cell phone. I had
police
like
officer
it
that
was
was
like
here
Nokia.
being
Mhm.
psychotic and
Nokia.
trying to go to prison the
Did
last
you
few
ever have the
days
Razor?
is actually
the
one
The Razor was sick,
I never had a
too.
cycle.
or
Did
two
you ever have the
of
Crazer?
the
Remember, it was like the
undercover
skinny
FBI
Razor?
No, I never had the crazy.
Yeah.
That was like the skinny
agents
long
that are
one.
Yeah.
involved in this case.
No, and then I went.
That
to
is
the
not to be
BlackBerry.
confused with the whistleblowers
I
are
was
the
BlackBerry
informants.
for a long time.
Uh-huh.
And then I got an iPhone.
And it's a mind
Yeah,
fuck.
it's crazy
Just
now
knowing
'cause
that.
kids nowadays will just be iPhone.
Like, why
You know
would the
what I mean?
FBI
There's
tell me
no
that there's
other-
someone they were trying
Like,
to
they bully
prevent
people
from
for having
going to
cell phones.
prison over the
Yeah.
last
Yeah.
couple of
Yeah.
I
days?
bully my sister for having a sense.
To me, it suggests
I'm like, why do our family chats have to
undercover
be green?
FBI
Yeah, it's
agent
so-
watching
it's so-
someone who's a
It gets
dumbass.
so judgmental. I remember back in the day when I was.
That's what
in
it
my
suggests.
whole phase,
Does it not?
and,
I
like,
don't know.
would judge. I would match with a girl, and then like if it came up green, I would.
Yeah, you're
I
like,
would feel. I'd be like,
is this a Craigslist
I
phone
know. I'm
number?
like, what is this? Actually, it's a Verifone. I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm Team Apple,
You're
and
like, what's poverty like?
I am, and what's poverty like? And yeah, I don't
Are you
know.
texting me from a bus stop?
Is this a payphone number?
Like a Google, like you know how in Google you can
Yeah,
go make
you-
a fake note
yeah,
phone number.
Yeah, that's what I always assume, that it's some crazy shit. But yeah, I don't know much about Steve Jobs other than he.
Did you know he was a deadbeat dad?
I didn't know that.
You didn't.
I didn't know. I don't like I said.
So you didn't watch the movie Jobs?
I did not. Who played him?
And remember, the
Oh,
FBI said that there were
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
a
so
couple
good.
of people
Didn't they have, like,
above
6
me
movies that came out of it. But
Yeah, a lot of
yesterday
them. There's one that
that
Ashton
were in
Kutcher
good standing
played
with
him,
them.
and that one was not very good. The one where Fassbender. played
That's
him, I
another
think
one
there
where
was
it's
a
like, well, I don't really
Sorkin
know what that
film,
means, but I
and
know that it
I
means
think-
that there's
Can
some
we look that
other
up?
people
Because
that
it
are
was
very
super
much
being
not
very
Nazis.
fast-paced. And then that girl, what's
Not
her
Nazis.
name? Kate Blanchett. Is that the girl from the Titanic?
that's Kate Winslet.
Kate What? Kate Winslet.
Winslet.
She was in like his assistant in it. It's fucking awesome, and everyone slept on it. Nobody watched that movie.
I have to watch that.
Yeah, it's
called Steve Jobs.
Yeah, it's called Sorkin.
Yeah,
Told you.
Danny Boyle.
God, I love Sorkin. I just rewatched The Social Network the other day.
That was a great movie too.
Such a good movie.
Yeah.
Just the pacing
Kate
of
Winslet.
it. It's like
Michael Fassbender. Is Michael Fassbender the guy that played Magneto? Okay.
Yeah.
He's British. Yeah. So that's all I know. I know Steve Jobs started Apple.
So that is actually a really good movie to kind of unveil what a piece of shit he was.
So
it
listen to this podcast.
Yeah.
And then go watch the movie.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get into it.
Mm-hmm.
So he was born in 1955 in San Francisco. His full name is Stephen Paul Jobs. He's the co-founder of Apple Computer. In 1998, he introduced the iMac. In 2001, Apple introduced iTunes, and later that year, the iPod. Do you remember the iPod?
Yeah.
Do you remember the iPod Shuffle?
Yeah, that revolutionized life.
Music.
Yeah.
It's crazy too that's another thing that's like came and went so fast. Like those are now like in museums and like.
Yeah, and like my friend, he's kind of like neurotic about certain things. So he would buy different iPods from pawn stores. He'd be like, "Oh, I like this one because this has music on it." I'm like, "Dude, you can change the music on it." But his iPod, like from 2007, just died. He like was very sad about it. Like
that's wild.
Yeah.
It would be hard for me to find somebody with an iPod.
Yeah, I remember when those came out 2001, 2002.
I don't remember.
So
2001.
The camp that I worked at, I think some of the kids had them, and those are like one of the first things that like would come up missing.
Of course, because you were stealing them.
I never stole any iPods, but
I just remember
I found a couple.
I remember the music I even had on there. I remember it was like "Hate It or Love It" by 50 Cent, and like
I'm gonna see.
Do your chain hang low? Do you hold? Oh, isn't Jeremiah playing with him?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think Jeremiah's on that tour.
So text him.
I will. I'm going to be out of town, but I'll text him.
Yeah,
I'll tell him, what up, daddy? Okay, that's the year I graduated high school. I remember people were getting that as like a graduation gift, and I was like, I didn't understand it. It took a while for us all to kind of...
Because before the iPhone, there was the iTouch, wasn't it? Yeah, so they had the iTouch, and then the iTouch, because I had an iTouch. I remember I got it as a gift. You had the iTouch, and then the iTouch became the iPhone.
Okay, yeah. I just think people weren't used to like interacting with the screen in that way.
Yeah.
So it was like it took us all a minute because I was still very, like we said, like on the BlackBerry kick where I'm like, I want to feel. And the nice thing about the BlackBerry is you knew where the keys were, so you wouldn't even have to be looking at your phone.
You could just type.
Yeah,
I'm a big type because tactile. I like the tactile of it.
Yeah.
I would always lose that ball in the BlackBerry.
Yeah. Well,
always.
Why? How?
It always like because it would come out.
Oh.
The ball would be like.
That never happened to me.
You've never lost the BlackBerry ball.
No. Okay, so this guy's crushing it. His string of inventions still basically define how most people use phones and computers. He did die in October 5th of 2011.
Oh, cancer.
I remember when he died and everyone was like, oh my God, Steve Jobs died. And I was like, who the fuck is Steve Jobs? I literally didn't even know. I was like, huh?
I knew of him and like.
I still didn't have an iPhone at that time.
Yeah, but dude, he died in 2011. Wow.
Yeah, I remember I was working at
after
Zambezi. I was working at Kobe's ad agency, and everybody was like, "Oh," and I was like, "Who? What?
Yeah.
Who cares?" Okay, so here's what you don't know about Steve Jobs.
Yes.
He was raised by adopted parents in Cupertino, California.
Cupertino. That's the.
That's cool. I didn't know he was an orphan like Jeff.
Yeah.
Goes to as a
Cupertino. Yeah. I wonder if this, like, him being such an overachiever was because he was adopted. And he's
never
like,
felt love.
Nobody loves me. Yeah.
And
he's like, I'm going to create a phone that understands.
So
that's how everybody feels, girl. Even people with blood parents.
No.
No?
I don't think so. I think you find out eventually, but I don't think I would want to know. I think that's like a real identity crisis.
Especially,
Yeah.
That's how everybody feels, but it's not true.
Later, maybe you're more well.
You're loved if you're
But,
alive.
like, young, I think that would really fuck you up.
I think older it would fuck you up more because you have more.
I think it just fucks you. I think everyone's fucked up, and it doesn't matter why. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what.
It's always amazing to me. Like people go through so much.
There's people out here just having them by accident.
Yeah. Just Ding, ding, ding,
Just
ding.
oopsie baby. Oopsie baby.
Oopsie baby.
Oopsie baby.
Yeah.
Okay, so he dropped out of college. He went to Reed College in Portland, Oregon.
Why everyone that drops out of college just ends up being
Or
like,
just don't go to college at all, yeah. So he took a job as a video game designer for Atari in 1974, then saved up enough money to travel on a pilgrimage to India to experience Buddhism. Didn't seem to stop him from being a jerk to his daughter.
So Buddha. So he went to India to like a pilgrimage.
Yeah, I guess he went to go like find himself, and then he got there, and he's like, "Turns out I'm an asshole."
Study the works of Gandhi.
Yeah, yeah.
How to be a scumbag.
Yeah.
That's why he learned. So he see, this is the thing. Like, he had like a natural ability to do that stuff. Because if you don't go to college and you're just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna know how to program.
Well, he didn't know how to do anything. That's like, let's get into that.
Yeah.
Because he just was kind of a visionary, and he used people very well.
Okay.
So he reconnected with his high school friend Steve Wozniak, who was already working for Hewlett-Packard. Wozniak told Jobs about his progress in creating a computer logic board. HP turned it down, and at Jobs' urging, Wozniak went into business with Jobs.
Okay.
So the Apple I, which is what they called the logic board, was built in the Jobs family garage with money from selling Jobs' Volkswagen minibus and Wozniak's programmable calculator. I don't know what that is. But Jobs' real visionary skill was understanding that personal computing would appeal to like the masses one day.
So he was the visionary.
Yeah, so he encouraged Wozniak. Wozniak was technically the visionary. Wozniak was the brains, and then Steve was the guy that was like, everyone's going to have a computer. At that time, you have to like remember, people didn't even know what a computer was.
So
They
that's
could...
visionary. He saw something.
Yeah.
Wozniak was the motor.
Yeah, he was.
And Steve was the driver.
Yeah. So he encouraged Wozniak to design an improved model, the Apple II, with the keyboard and a sleek molded plastic case that would enclose the unit. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
They looked sick. I remember they were like orange and like purple, and like if you saw one, you're like, what is
there's
that?
people that collect those now.
I would collect one. They're cool. Yeah. Jobs had long hair. He didn't dress like a
The answer is CIA.
Financing, distribution.
It's 1:30 p.m. PST.
Company, which was incorporated in 1977, the same year the Apple II was
Wink,
finished.
wink.
It was a big hit, and it was synonymous with the boom in personal computers. PCs, baby. So in 1981, the company had a record-setting public stock offering. In 1983, they hired John Scully, who was formerly the president of PepsiCo Inc., to be their CEO. The way Jobs got him to come on board was by saying, "Do you want to sell sugar water for the rest of your life?"
Sugar water.
Honestly, yes, I do. Pepsi's disgusting. If it was Coke, yeah.
Pepsi is
It's
disgusting.
Coke, too.
Nobody's
Yeah.
drinking Pepsi.
I hate when people are like, I'd be like, hey, can I get a Diet Coke? And they're like,
It's Pepsi.
Garrett likes it.
No,
Garrett's the only one I know that likes
what?
Pepsi.
Yeah,
He likes
that's
cherry.
why I asked
Cherry Pepsi.
specifically for a Diet Coke.
No, not okay. Okay, Jobs was a big event marketing guy and would lead dramatic presentations of new technology. So that's like the rollouts that they have every year. Was like Jobs is like,
that was his baby.
yeah.
They still do that. Like
They still do that.
black turtleneck. This is what's
Tim
coming
Cook
out.
being
Yeah.
like, another one.
Tim Cook, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, guys.
Should I put on that scene
Yeah,
from
he's like,
Taxi where he's like,
iPhone
"Were you
15.
talking to me?"
Oh, that's not
Right.
out.
He's like, the camera is better.
It's called a keynote speech.
Yeah.
This was called.
I should know that
Yeah, I watch it.
because you watch it.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Fucking nerd.
I am. I love
All right.
it. Dude, I'm all in.
Whistleblowers of
Okay.
Unit
So there were
207,
bumps in the road,
remember,
like the early Macintosh
tell the Jersey
computers or
Devil
Macs,
she
which
makes the best
free software
rockets. Yes, her
applications that
rockets
didn't
are the
sell that
best. They
well.
go the farthest.
Scully convinced the
They're the
board
best
to hire
rockets.
Steve Jobs in 1985.
And when you
So
see
they fire
Osama bin
Yeah,
Laden,
right.
you know,
From Apple.
And then in 1986,
Start praying
Jobs
in the
acquired a
direction of
controlling
Mecca.
stake in Pixar. It was Pixar's public stock offering that made Jobs a billionaire. He sold Pixar to Disney in
Blendon.
2006. Didn't know that.
5 years. 5 years before he died. He sold. Yes.
But before he died, no, this is 1986.
No,
He
you
died
said
in
2006. He sold Pixar.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
see. Yeah.
I didn't know Pixar. I didn't know he was a part of Pixar.
I didn't either. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Love Pixar. This makes me like it more.
Which-
Okay, so in 1997, Apple was in disarray and brought Jobs back. In
1997.
1997, so he's
What
gone
the fuck?
from
So he was
85 to 97. He was canned.
12 years.
Yeah.
I had no clue.
You didn't know that?
No.
I did know that. Apple was in disarray, brought him back. In 1998, he introduced the iMac, a modestly priced, high-fashion personal computer. Okay, so this is actually the one that would come in 5 different colors,
Yeah,
not
this
the
is-
other one.
yeah.
Sorry.
That was old school. 'Cause
Yeah.
You weren't alive.
Right.
Yeah, because the Apple II was like, I don't even think it had a case on it.
Okay,
It was
yeah.
just like a keyboard.
Yeah.
And then even it was like a motherboard. Yeah.
Yeah, in 1997, I was 8.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that looks like shit. That's not what I was thinking about at all.
No, you're thinking about the colorful ones that we have.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the iMac. Yeah. By the end of that year, it was the nation's highest-selling personal computer. But in 2003, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Wah wah. Karma's a bitch.
You remember those commercials?
Huh?
Remember those commercials? It was, I think it was Justin Long.
Yes,
I'm
the
a
Mac
Mac,
versus
I'm a
PC.
Yeah.
Of course, I remember those commercials. He was iconic. I mean, I worked at the ad agency that did all those commercials. He underwent a procedure called the Whipple operation, where they take out part of your pancreas, gallbladder, duodenum. I don't know what that word is. It's rough.
So he had pancreatic cancer.
Pancreatic cancer. He underwent an operation, and then he went back to work because he's a maniac.
So pancreatic cancer has like a 97% mortality rate.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. It's a deficit.
Whereas like prostate cancer is like you can get that.
You can get it.
Yeah.
But like, no matter what stage you get pancreatic cancer, the chances are you're gonna get it.
Pancreatic cancer is so deadly in large part because it's often caught at a very late stage. Yeah. Okay. So anyway.
Yeah.
He was storing some anger in his pancreas. Okay, so in 2008, Jobs lost a ton of weight, beginning a period of several years of speculation about his health and intermittently.
Oh, so he never let people know that he had.
No. No, he was being very sneaky. When Steve Jobs died, a viral post attributed a speech to him that was about disillusionment with wealth. It went something like this. In other eyes, my life is the essence of success, but aside from work, I have a little joy. And in the end, wealth is just a fact of life to which I am accustomed. The post claims Jobs said, at this moment, lying on the bed, sick and remembering all my life, I realize that all my recognition and wealth that I have is meaningless in the face of imminent death. It goes on to say, you can hire someone to drive your car for you, make money for you, but you cannot rent someone to carry the disease for you. One can find material things, but there is one thing that cannot be found when it is lost, life. Your true inner happiness does not come from the material things of this world. Whether you're flying first class or economy class, if the plane crashes, you crash with it.
God damn. He was having his come to Jesus moment.
When he's about to die,
Yeah,
he's like, I just did all this shit.
And I'm going to die.
And my life
waste
is
away.
fucking meaningless.
Because I'm gone.
Yeah.
And when you're gone, you're fucking gone.
That's it.
That's it. You get, he said it doesn't matter if you fly first class or coach.
Wait. Hang on, stop.
What?
It says Jobs didn't say anything like that. USA Today and Snopes fact checked it. His sister talked about Jobs' last words in her eulogy, so he didn't say this. Well, I feel like I just got duped all over.
You just got Jobs.
Yeah, I just got Jobs. Somebody on his PR team wrote that. Okay, before embarking, he'd look at his sister Patty. Then, wait, hang on. Before embarking, does that mean dying?
Before embarking on death.
Yeah, okay. Before embarking, he looked at his sister Patty, then for a long time at his children, then at his life partner Lorraine, and then over their shoulders and past them. She said Steve's final words were, "Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow."
That's a contrast to the fucking poem that you just wrote first.
What the fuck was
and
that?
then Snoop was like,
I know, I'm like getting choked up.
I'm like, oh my god, Steve Jobs. He was like, oh wow. This is it.
Okay, no one who was close to Jobs has ever said the often circulated essay was ever written or said by Jobs, according to a fact check. Snopes found the speech didn't start circulating until 2015, 4 years after his death. The version being fact checked in the article contains slightly different language than the one Snopes checked. There are enough similarities that there is a clear thread between them. Okay, so they think it's false that he didn't say that. That's crazy. But here's the thing about Steve is he was a wildly creative guy. He was always super involved in all of the advertising. He was very involved in writing and being a part of the creative process.
He was hands-on.
Very hands-on, very smart, very creative, very thoughtful. So if he had written something meaningful, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. But I think maybe he put all of his meaningful words into the ads and sold phones.
And someone was like, here, he had to have said something.
This is, I mean,
if they were like, when he died, he said, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow.
Oh, but it's like, why would somebody?
And then he shut down.
Why would? And then you just hear the Apple noise turning on. So obviously, Jobs was a hugely influential innovator in technology and marketing, but as great as he was with computers, he might have been equally shitty at personal relationships.
All right, here we go. This is the
Here
juice.
we go.
Let's hear why he's a scumbag.
Here's the tea. All right.
Okay.
So Steve Jobs' daughter, Lisa Brennan Jobs, wrote a book that included details of their relationships and his behavior. Jobs tried to deny he was Lisa's father until a DNA test proved that he was. Even then, it took a court order before he started paying child support.
So he had like.
He had an illegitimate child.
Oh, he had a bastard
With a
baby who
woman
he was
that I think
mean
he just
to.
met.
That's not cool.
I
I
don't
hate
know.
that we say illegitimate. Like it's like this.
Well, yeah.
He wasn't
Say
involved with the
bastard
woman, he
baby.
just, like, had a,
I think it's
Yeah.
he
cute.
had a baby mama kind of thing.
Yeah, he had a whole ass baby.
Okay.
Yeah. Steve's daughter said he rarely saw her when she was young.
Not really
even after
bastards,
admitting
guys.
that he was
You've
her
all got the
dad.
same
Okay,
mommy
love
and daddy.
that.
It's a
And when he
hermaphrodite.
was avoiding
I
paying
call
child support,
Godzilla.
even after he started making money with Apple, Lisa and her mom were on welfare.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Especially if you're so rich.
Yeah.
Like, why would you not like help them out?
Yeah. Just break them off.
Yeah. So here's money to leave me alone.
Steve made sure that when he was forced to pay child support, the case against him was closed days before Apple went public and he became a multimillionaire.
Oh yeah. Okay. So this all happened before.
Yeah.
This shit hit the fan with money.
I mean, he basically probably got it in right before he sold Apple so that he had to pay her less.
Yeah, because
you know what
like,
I mean?
Because it's all based on your money that you're making.
Right.
At the time.
But I think it adjusts. Like, I don't think you get to just go public with Apple and then like.
No, I think if you're making money, like say, I mean, they would have to redo it. Like maybe the mom could be like,
yeah,
he's making more money. But
yeah.
It's all dependent on like, and each state is different.
Right. So Lisa said, until I was 2, my mother supplemented her welfare payments by cleaning houses and waitressing. My father didn't help. She found babysitting at a daycare center inside of a church run by the minister's wife, and for a few months we lived in a room in the house that my mother had found on a notice board meant for women considering adoption. Then, in 1980, the district attorney of San Mateo County, California, sued my father for child support payments. My father responded by denying my paternity, swearing in a deposition that he was sterile and naming another man that was the father.
I can't have kids. I'm sterile.
Yeah.
How do you know that as a man?
I don't know.
Like you don't.
Just been busting
you
nuts
can't-
and bitches
no, I
all
guess.
my life.
So when I moved here to LA, I was hard up for cash, and I went to go see if I could donate sperm, and they were like, I wasn't a good candidate because my boys didn't like the code.
What?
And then there has to be like a survival rate of like 70%.
Right.
I had like a mortality rate of like 80%. Like once they froze them, all my sperm was like, nah, we did. We don't like it. Yeah. So like
coming from Detroit, you think
I know
survive a winter?
I know, survive a winter. I was kind of disappointed. I was like, I thought I was gonna make some money, but then I'm glad I didn't.
You're like, are you just being racist?
I could have so many kids right now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I donated eggs. I have 2 kids out there. So.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are people that really want to have babies, and I knew this girl. She was like, I want to have a baby. I want to be a mother. And she decided to do it on her own. And she went.
That's cool that Brittany Schmidt donated her eggs, dude. You get like 20 grand for that. It's a painful process. You have to give injections to yourself and stuff.
Are you gonna get
20 to 50 grand? They pay you for that.
No. And I go,
Can't smoke marijuana or drink.
I go,
I'm
why?
surprised she was able to do it since she said what an alcoholic she
I
was.
don't want anyone to think that a black male left his family. And I was like, okay, all right. I guess that's
stupid.
But still, that's cool.
No.
It's a smart way to get a lot of money.
I think it's the opposite.
No, I mean, I think if your type is black men, why would you not want to have a black baby? If you're making it in a lab.
But she was just saying she just wanted. That's difficult though. Like by yourself to like. I tell you, so you just don't want to comb no hair.
You don't want to learn how to braid.
I know you don't want to learn how to comb some hair. But yeah, she did that. She went and had her white baby.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Steve Jobs was not. He didn't want his white baby.
Yeah, no, he sure didn't. So Lisa said, I was required to take a DNA test. The tests were new then, and when the results came back, they gave odds that were related as the highest the instruments could measure them at the time, 94.4%. The court required my father to cover welfare, back payments, child support payments of $385 a month, which he increased to $500, and medical insurance until I was 18. The case was finalized on December 8th, 1980, with my father's lawyers insistent to close 4 days later, Apple went public, and overnight my father was worth more than $200 million. So he was paying $500. What a piece of shit!
Here's the thing. He knew he was doing that. He didn't tell them. And he was like, hey, it's $385. You know what? I'll give you guys $500.
Yeah, so
they're thinking
nice.
like, oh, wow, we'll give more money.
Right.
And then they're like, he's like, ha, 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 gotcha, bitch.
His daughter went to live with him as a teenager,
Okay.
and he forbid her from seeing her mom for 6 months, even though her mom had only been the only stable parent figure in her life prior. After moving in with them, Brennan Jobs told him and her stepmother, Lorraine Powell Jobs,
His life partner.
yeah, that she felt lonely and asked that they tell her goodnight in the evenings. Instead of acknowledging her feelings and acceding to such a simple request, Powell Jobs apparently responded, "We're cold people."
We're cold people.
Yeah.
We don't say good. We don't say good night.
She's like, we don't say good night.
We're
Sorry.
cold
She's
people.
like, we don't sleep.
Oh my
They're
God.
lizard people.
They're the worst.
Jobs told his daughter she would get nothing from his wealth and refused to install heat in her bedroom. That's interesting. This guy is weird.
What the fuck? That's weird. Like, you can't have heat.
Yeah. Steve apparently got on Brennan Jobs for not spending more time with the family, telling her this isn't working out, you're not succeeding as a member of this family.
So, but she wanted to.
She wanted someone to say goodnight to her, then you're like, this isn't working.
You're not spending enough time with us.
Yeah, the neighbors helped Lisa pay for her college education. So, the Lisa computer, he denied it being named after his daughter. So he's not paying child support, but he's naming a computer after. It's like
What
a
a
strange
fucking
way to
dick,
show
dude.
love, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Very manipulative.
But don't say goodnight to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
so
is
in her book, she
manipulative.
said,
What
Bono
the
asked
hell,
my
dude?
father
If your
about the
kid
beginning of
says, "I
Apple,
want you to
did the
say
team
goodnight
feel
to me,"
alive?
and you
Did
tell
they
them
sense it was
no?
something big and that they were going to change the
You're a
world?
douchebag.
My father said it did feel that way as they were making Macintosh, and Bono said it was the same.
And who
for
do
him
I
coming up
believe? I
too.
believe the daughter,
And what's really
dude.
incredible
You
that
know
people in
what kind
such
of fucking
disparate
parent you
fields
have.
could have the same experience. Then Bono asked, "So was the Lisa computer named after her?" There was a pause. I braced myself, prepared for his answer. My father hesitated, looked down at his plate for a long moment, and then looked back at Bono. Said, "Yeah, it was." He said. I sat up in my chair. I thought so. Bono said, "Yep," my father said. I studied my father's face. Why had it changed? Why had he admitted now, after all these years? Of course it was named after me, I thought then. His lie seemed preposterous now.
And just a
I
friendly
felt
reminder,
new power
everybody.
that pulled my chest up.
What is the primary
That's
objective
first
of the
time
FBI
he
right
said
now?
Yes, I told Bono. Thank you for asking.
Determining
As
if
famous
two
people needed
individuals
other
are
famous
or
people
are
around
not
to
going
release
on the
their
roster
secrets.
of
I like
soon-to-be
how casual she's
attendees
saying.
at the federal
Yeah, I was
penitentiary,
Bono was.
Yeah, yeah.
and of a more pressing
Bono.
nature,
Bono was
making
talking to my
those,
dad.
not just the Jersey
Yeah.
Devil,
Bono.
those,
Yeah.
the individuals they are most excited
Thank
to
you,
detain,
Bono.
making
I
them
honestly wouldn't know
all
who Bono
blow
was if
their
he punched
tops
me in the
by
face.
tomorrow
I
night
have
at
no
sundown.
idea
You
who
too.
Bono. What's his name?
Bono.
I know, but full name.
I don't-
Chaz?
I just don't know. That's
Chaz.
Bono. No, Chaz Bono. That's
Chaz Bono.
Bono. That's Cher's son.
What's the difference?
Bono. That is Bono. He is.
Was Bono a
He's-
scumbag?
Yeah, his name is Paul David Henson.
Let's call him David.
Yeah.
Let's call him Paul.
Bono. They're part of a group called U2.
YouTube?
U2.
Oh.
And most people know U2 from
Oh, yeah, but
having
you got
their
the
album
apple.
stuck on in your iTunes. Every time you turn on your fucking
iMusic,
it's the only album that you
It's the
can't
first
delete.
thing
You
that
can't,
starts
you can't delete, man. It comes back.
What
like
the
fucking
fuck?
Michael
That is
Myers,
the
bro.
worst thing
Yeah,
that
dude, that's
Steve
a-
Jobs
yes,
ever did to
yes,
us. I
dude,
mean, Lisa thinks that
yeah.
she was
That
abused. We have
YouTube
been
album,
abused.
bro. It did not go away, man.
We have been abused.
So if you don't know Bono, you do know Bono. Fucking that album
Yeah.
would not delete
If
from
you have
iTunes.
an iPhone,
Yes.
you know Bono.
Yeah, Bono.
Okay.
U2 and the Edge.
Lisa obviously could be biased. No shit. Her father denied that she was his.
Yeah.
Okay, and
That's
Steve's wife
why.
and sister released a statement
And
saying
then the
that
brother
stuff in the
didn't
book
get to have a
differs
heat
dramatically
in his
from their
bedroom.
memories at those
Who the
times.
fuck does that?
So that's his wife?
That's his wife.
Oh.
But Jobs was also cruel to his colleagues, according to Business Insider. Daniel Kottke was one of Apple's first employees.
I
It
never
seems
met
like
him. What
he
I
was
heard
friends
about
with
him
Jobs.
was that he
They
was shy
traveled
and
around India
sensitive and
together
an
in
alcoholic
1974,
/
but
drug
Jobs never
user.
gave him stock options. Bummer.
Sucks for you, buddy.
Sucks to suck. Rod Holt, Apple's VP of Engineering, spoke to Jobs about this, saying, "Whatever you give him, I will match it." Steve allegedly said, "Okay, I'll give him 0."
That's hilarious.
Petty level
'Cause
1,000.
Double
That's
of
fucking,
0 is 0.
Yeah,
Bro.
yeah,
Whatever you give him, I'll match it. Like, come on, man. You got to throw him a bone. He was like, I'll give him nothing.
yeah. There are many instances of Jobs simply being rude, speaking in a rude way to people, employees, professional associates, etc. Like telling the iPod promo director, your commercials suck, the iPad is revolutionizing the world, and we need something big. You've given me the small shit. That is nothing compared to what he really did. He was, he was a tyrant. I mean, he just was. He was just a tyrant. I can't say too much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can say all. You can talk shit about him.
No, I really can't. I mean, I worked at Media Arts Lab, which is Apple's agency of record.
Yeah,
so
so
like the word on the street about him is like he was a monster, but a genius, and that's how they are. That's how they fucking
Most
are.
geniuses are monsters.
Yeah.
That's why they get to the top.
So Steve Jobs' biographer Walter Isaacson asked Steve Jobs' best friend John Ivy, and Johnny Ivy? I don't know. Okay. I once asked him why he gets so mad about stuff. He said, but I don't stay mad. He said this very childish ability to get really worked up about something, and it doesn't stay with him at all. But there are other times, I think honestly, when he's very frustrated, and the way to achieve catharsis is to hurt somebody. And I think he feels he has the liberty and license to do that. The normal rules of social engagement, he feels, don't apply to him.
So he has autism.
So the spectrum, the Apple rainbow, was the
autism spectrum.
That was him telling everyone.
So for him to be like, okay, I can do what I want, but I don't stay mad. I mean, that's kind of a cop out, though. Like, I guess he's just telling people to be a goldfish.
I think he's just kind of being like, I'm gonna do whatever I want.
Yeah, who's gonna stop me?
Yeah, get fucked. I'm Steve Jobs.
Get fucked. That should have been the name of the movie. Get fucked. I'm Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
God, I've worked with some really rude people in my life, and I feel like sometimes, like, people think, like, when you're at a certain power level, you feel like you can get away with some shit, but most people can't.
Yeah.
If you're at like a higher level.
Yeah, I mean, he was untouchable.
Yeah, because there's no one to check you.
No.
Who's gonna check Steve Jobs?
No, and it created such an atmosphere of fear. And I remember even when I worked there, like, he was gone, but the atmosphere of fear, like, his that aura. Whole agency just operated in this constant state of like, but what if they take the business away? It could all be gone. Like, we should be so lucky to work on this. And everyone was scared, and everyone would work around the clock. And it was just like,
fear is a great motivator.
Yeah. Everyone there was scared. I'm like, the guy's dead.
Yeah. He's not going to come back.
Yeah.
He's not going to haunt you.
Yeah.
If Steve Jobs came back, he wouldn't come back as a ghost. He would just come back as a computer virus.
One that couldn't hack him.
Yeah, hack him like.
Why not?
I'm surprised there's not one out there already.
So a sampling of articles dedicated to this topic include headlines like "Be a Jerk: The Worst Lessons from Steve Jobs' Biography," and "Steve Jobs was a jerk. You shouldn't be."
Oh wow!
The writer of the writer of the latter article says, as someone who has been personally yelled at by Steve Jobs because I didn't like the first version of the iPhoto enough, and followed his career since the very first Mac, let me assure you that bad behavior was only a part of Steve Jobs. He told a chip-making company that wasn't delivering on time that they were fucking dickless assholes.
Dickless assholes.
Dickless assholes. That's a good one.
That is a good one. You're a dickless asshole. So are you an asshole with no dick?
Yeah. Are you women?
Yeah.
Are you?
I mean, it's pretty close. A dickless person with an asshole.
Okay, he recruited a Xerox employee to come work for him by saying, everything you've ever done in your life is shit, Jobs said, so why don't you come work for me? Great recruiting tactic. When his parents dropped him off at college, he did not say goodbye. Random fact.
Yeah, Steve Jobs?
Yeah, I mean, like, also, who the fuck said that? Like, how do you know that's true?
It goes by from, like, day to day. That can go through, like, people, like, he didn't say bye to his parents. That's how bad he is.
So he fired a Pixar employee, and when they asked for 2 weeks' notice, he said, okay. He said, but the notice is retroactive from 2 weeks ago. I mean, this guy is just a G.
You get burned. Can I get 2 weeks' notice? Yeah. Retroactive 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
He fired a team leader in front of the whole team. Jobs gathered the Mobile Me team in Apple's auditorium and asked, can anyone tell me what Mobile Me is supposed to do? When the team gave their answers, Jobs replied, then why the fuck does it do that? Jobs then fired the Mobile Me board boss on the spot. So, listen, he's an asshole boss. He's a deadbeat dad, but he is a visionary and he changed the way we interact with technology. What do you give him on the scumbag score?
I don't know. I mean, he died of cancer, so I guess
God got it.
somebody like
he got fired retroactively.
Fired retroactively. I'm a little disappointed to find out that he was a Buddhist because, like, this is like the complete opposite of like enlightenment and Buddhist relations. And,
he wasn't a Buddhist. He just went on a pilgrimage. He explored it, and then maybe he was like, "Not for me."
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Like, this shit's not for me. But I mean, yeah, I've never got publicly fired. I've only got fired like once from a job.
You're focusing on all of the wrong things here. What
how,
about the fact that he ignored the fact he had a daughter?
He ignored his daughter.
Gave her $500 a month and then became worth $200 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's as a dad, I'm a little disappointed in that because I don't know how you could like not deny her. But I also get like he's like if he didn't
as a white dad.
Yeah.
I guess really.
I guess he
really
he didn't wanna,
strike
I mean, maybe he didn't want to be, but once he found out that it is his, he should have gave her more money. Yeah, I don't know. I give him a little bit of a pass because Apple wouldn't be what Apple had become if it wasn't for him. So I think a lot of that had to do with how he was as a person and his motivation and drive as being an adopted kid. I'm gonna go 68.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
Is it good? I'll weigh the bad. I feel like Apple changed the world.
Yeah.
Like we all have
but
it.
like for the better?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
I don't know.
We have more technology in
Do
our
you know how
fucking
much
phone.
nicer it would be if we were just
I know, but we
farming
yes,
and like
we're-
not staring at our screens. Everyone is clinically depressed.
No,
we
not
all want to
everyone.
blow our fucking brains out. Just me.
She's looking into a mirror right now.
Everyone's sad. Do you
No.
ever get on your phone and get happy?
Yes,
No, you don't.
but I say this to people. Just because everyone always gets down, like, oh, you're on your phone all the time, you're doing this.
Brittany
But if it wasn't
Schmidt
our
needs
phone,
a
like,
hug.
when we
People.
didn't have phones, like you look at pictures when people are on
You
a
would
bus.
read a book.
No, but it's still like
You would have more information.
people would still not. I mean, dude, we can look up anything we want on our phones right now. I can look up anything I want from my like instant gratification. For
Yeah,
things
you
like
used
that.
to have to learn things and remember them.
Yeah, well, no, yes, I guess,
Not
but
anymore.
you don't. I mean, it has definitely changed the world. All his stuff.
Okay, fine.
Changed
68.
I go 68.
Okay, fine. I'm going to go really close to you. I'm going to say 70 because I agree that he was revolutionary and he was an asshole, but everyone's an asshole. So, yeah, does the good outweigh the bad? Yeah, I think the good
outweighs that.
And he came around. I wonder if Lisa inherited anything when he died because he said, "You're never going to get any of my money." I wonder if
I'm
she
pretty
got
sure she got something.
Why do you say that?
Because
he treated her like
well,
shit,
then when he died,
and then he died and had
He
money.
seems pretty. What if he was like such a stickler?
yeah, like
He just gave it all
wow,
to the rain.
oh wow,
Yeah.
oh wow,
Oh wow! Oh wow!
oh wow.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Steve Jobs. Fucking piece of shit.
Okay.
I love the phone though. Boom. I love the phone. I love my phone.
Okay,
You
so
don't
for our fans out there, do you think a rude, demanding boss can bring out the best in you? Like, do you think? Because you know what?
Well, I got the
worked
best
at that
promotion
agency.
ever
I was
when
the
I
head
had
of
a rude,
recruitment
demanding
there for a
boss that
while.
was giving me
In
shit.
2
and I
years, I hired 200
told her to
people.
fuck
I don't
off.
think under any
And
other
then I got
situation
promoted.
you put me in that kind of pressure cooker. It really does bring something out in you because you're so scared.
Yeah.
So my answer is
I
maybe.
haven't been in a. I mean, and I guess it depends on the checks and balances of like what you're doing and like.
I told her I told her to fuck
I haven't
off
really
and
been
I
in a
quit.
job
And
where
then I sat at the bar and was drinking. And then the owner came over and promoted me less than 30
we
minutes
weren't
later.
asking you. We were
And then
asking
he and her
you.
went
So you're asking
upstairs and had a
everyone.
screaming
asking
fight that
questions.
could be heard
I
from
mean, I guess fear. Like I said,
all
fear is a
over
great motivator.
the whole
Yeah,
wide
yeah, it
movie
really is.
theater.
Yeah, like I said,
It
that's
can
why.
scare the shit out of you. Yeah.
That's why I didn't do shit in college.
Yeah.
Because I was afraid of my mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid of like her finding out that I was like.
Also, fuck you, Victoria.
You didn't do any of that in college?
No, none of that.
Pussy.
I am. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I make up for it now.
Oh, okay. No, you
I should be
don't.
nice to her. Last I saw, she
Okay.
had written
All right,
on
that's a show.
one of her social media profiles this like paragraph that was actually really well written, and she was like, to everyone that thought I was like an evil woman, I'm penniless and I live in Maine and I write for a shitty newspaper magazine. My life is awful. I hope you're happy or something like that. And I was like, I'm not happy, but I am at the same time. And also very well written, Victoria.
See you next week.
You scumbags.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to. Why is it sending me away from the podcast that I'm listening to? Unit 207. Let's do Miles Davis. I know he's not a scumbag, but I also know he was incredibly dirty. A lot of people that hung out with Miles Davis talked about how he was a genius, but he was dirty.
Coco Chanel,
Okay, we've got
Teresa.
service worker, subframe, spare renderer.
That's what we try to decide here on
Subframe, ending process. Spare renderer, ending process.
We're your hosts, confirmed scumbags, Mateen Stewart and
Brittany Schmidt.
we're comedians, not historians. We're probably going to get some stuff wrong from time to time, so don't use us as a reference in your research papers. Let's get started, scumbags.
There you go.
Let go.
I'm talking about scumbags of history. Talking about these people suck ass. They wear pieces of shit. They
Not all of you, not the whistleblowers.
Scumbags of history. Scumbags of history.
The Osamas and Kims up there.
Are you ready for today's scumbag of history?
Are you ready to rumble?
We are ready to rumble. Today we are talking about Miles Davis.
Miles motherfucking Davis.
Yeah, jazz musician extraordinaire, known for his improvisational prowess. Unfortunately, when Davis improvised on his own life, the tune wasn't quite as pleasant. So we made this renegade trumpeter scrumper through your bathroom sink, cue the smooth jazz, and let's go through the rough and tumble life of the one Miles Davis.
Daddy.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
What do you know about Miles Davis?
Nothing.
You don't know anything about
He's
Miles
a
Davis?
musician. I think he plays the trumpet.
He does play the trumpet.
I literally only know that because you just said that in the
Oh,
intro.
come
So
on,
you gave it
girl.
away. Is he hot? Can I see a picture of him?
He is. I don't think he's an attractive
a
man.
lot of how I feel about.
Well, that's a young.
Okay.
That's a young Miles Davis.
All right, so Miles Davis is. He's not
He's a
ugly.
handsome- But like towards the end of his life, he got very like.
Like rough and tumbling.
Yeah, that's like Miles Davis,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
The end's not looking so good.
Yeah, he had the curl.
The Jerry curl.
He had a movie that.
Jerry curl.
Yeah, it's like a Jerry curl.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like the dirty. And he talked like this. He was like, "Yeah, my name is Miles Davis. I talk like this." He had a movie that they made about his life.
Okay, so he played the
He
trumpet.
was a trumpet player.
He probably played with a bunch of bitches, and he probably played with people's hearts.
Well, he's a musician.
And yeah, so he did all that, and he probably did drugs.
Yeah, he did a lot of drugs, a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, he looks like he found it.
Yeah,
he was the first guy.
Like he was born with cocaine.
Like it's like he found cocaine and then he never had another glass of water. He looks like dried out and like very.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah. I mean, I don't want to say ashy, but I will.
He does look
like
ashy.
his ashiness wasn't because he was dehydrated. It was because there's coke all over
his body.
Yeah.
He had a movie. They made a movie about his life in Don Cheadle.
Oh, I saw Don Cheadle recently at the Kevin Hart show.
Yeah, do you remember that movie? Oh, is that actually Don Cheadle? That's Don Cheadle right there playing Miles
Don
Davis.
Cheadle's a tiny little peanut butter.
He is a little man.
Tiny little peanut butter cup.
So Miles Dewey Davis III
Great name.
was one of the most influential and innovative American jazz musicians, trumpeters, and composers of all time.
Did his family come up with the Dewey Decimal System?
No, they did not.
You know that for a fact?
No, I know that because his middle name is Dewey. That's a pretty dumb middle name.
I like it.
But he's MDD 3.
It just sounds good though.
Miles Dewey.
Miles
Dewey Davis III.
You know what? Do he do it?
Do he do it? He do it. He was
doing it.
He was constantly
These two are cute,
reinventing
dude.
himself.
Why did they stop doing
and his
this
style changed
podcast?
multiple times.
This is
over the
way
5-decade
more
career. He
interesting
collaborated
than
with
the other
basically
one she does.
anyone who was anyone. So he made music with everybody. You wanted to make music with Miles Davis. He was like the hot.
Although I
He was
do
like
like
the
hearing about her
Pharrell.
love
Yeah.
life.
But and the thing about him I loved about him is he would play the trumpet and he would turn his back to the audience.
You know, it says a lot about how talented he is as a musician that everyone would want to collaborate with him when he played the trumpet.
Yeah.
That's like not the fucking hot
'Cause-
instrument.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like playing the clarinet.
When you think of trumpets,
Yep,
you think of
I agree,
I think of
dude.
Louis Armstrong.
It speaks
I
to his
think,
talent. He
Trumpets,
was
I think,
definitely
are failing
blessed,
out of
dude.
the
Miles
Well, Louis
Davis is the best
Armstrong
music
and
to
Dizzy
put on if
Gillespie.
you're drinking
wasn't
alone
anymore.
and writing, trying to be an
Yes.
author, or
Yeah. Dizzy Gillespie is the trumpet player. He had
you're studying for a test.
He bent his trumpet one time when he fell, and he kept it that way.
Okay.
He's famous for his big jaws. He has my favorite song is "Salt Peanuts." Salt Peanuts. Well, Miles Davis,
Wow,
he created
That sounds like a really bad song.
Salt Peanuts. Salt Peanuts. It goes exactly
Okay,
like that.
yeah.
I'll just play it for you.
Do they play it at baseball games to sell
Salt Peanuts. Probably. It's probably comes from baseball.
Yeah.
Miles Davis created cool jazz. Maybe it's cool jazz of the 50s.
Cocaine is cold.
Yeah, of the a lot of hair on.
A lot of hair.
A lot of hair on. Cool jazz of the 40s.
Heron and Coke are quite different. Though.
They are, but they both did it. I've never.
Yeah, what's it called when you mix those together? That's how John Belushi died.
A speedball.
Speedball.
I don't know why I know
Because you did one last night.
that. No. The white to get you hyped, the brown will get you down.
Yeah.
So he created cool jazz of the 40s and 50s, culminating with his genre in 1957. His album. This is his most famous album, The Birth of Cool. And I know you say you never heard of Miles Davis, but when you hear it, you know that you've heard it before. You know it's Miles Davis.
No.
Yes. It's
No.
Like,
You would be alarmed at how little I know.
I am not.
Oh, I'm just saying. You just said, for a matter of fact, I would hear it and I would know.
No, I'm
I
think you would know.
I think you don't know how much I don't know.
I guess I don't, but I feel like you should know who Miles Davis is. Like you should know at least one Miles Davis. I think everyone should know at least one Miles Davis.
Okay.
I'm gonna play one during the break, and you're gonna tell me. Let the people know you hear this song.
Okay.
After overcoming years of long hair and addiction in 1954, Miles went through his most innovative 20-year period, including the 1970 album "Bitches Brew," which is pretty fucking dope. It's like you just listen to that album and you can. There's no words, but you can just feel everything that's being said, especially if you're high, which spearheaded the jazz fusion. I'm not a big jazz guy. I think it's my least favorite genre of music.
Yeah. I'm not a big anything girl.
No, you like ratchet hood rat shit.
Yeah.
And here's what you don't know about Miles Davis. You don't know anything about Miles
Everything,
Davis.
yeah.
But Miles was born to a prosperous family in 1926. His dad gave him a trumpet at the age of 13, and he was hooked. He'd go out into the woods, listen to animals, and he would imitate the animal sounds. Like cuckoo, cuckoo,
Yeah.
boo. That's just me imitating.
Yeah. No, that wasn't Miles Davis. I could have swore.
Miles
When
was
you did that, I thought, oh my God, you're right. I do know Miles Davis. Now that I just heard that, wait a minute. You're triggering a childhood memory.
Miles played professionally in high school and convinced his dad to send him to the famous New York City music school of Juilliard after he graduated. So
So you said he comes from a wealthy family.
Yeah, prosperous family. To be black,
And prosperous.
1926.
You killed some people.
You had a lot going on for you. That was just to cover up the plan to enter the avant-garde music scene. So he wanted to go to Juilliard. He got into Juilliard, but he only did that so he could go to New York and just throw himself in the avant-garde music scene, which he instantly did. He played with the talented musicians in Harlem nightclubs, where he developed the basis for bebop.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard that.
Yes.
A fast it's like improvised jazz, like so it's like the precursor to what rap became, freestyle rap. It was like freestyle jazz.
Freestyle trumpeting.
Yeah, he would. It was a jazz style. It was dominated. He dominated the genre in 1950s. Miles underwent surgery on his larynx to remove a non-cancerous tumor. So, yeah, you need your throat.
For a lot of things.
Yeah. To play the trumpet.
Yeah. And to get the cocaine drip out of there.
Yeah. So when he went through this, he went through that surgery.
Clicking edit
That's
on
when he
this
got
live
his,
stream, Nerd Squad.
Oh, okay, nice.
So if you ever hear Miles talking, I was like, yeah, I was doing this and I was doing that, baby. Yeah, when I was doing that heroin with them women. That's how he says. You don't care about my statement.
No, I do care. I just am like, am I also supposed to do that voice? I can't do it.
No, you can't do it.
I can't do it. I am just one of the women that he did heroin with.
Yes, known as the Prince of Darkness, Miles' public image was defined by his temperamental nature and his ability to be unapologetic.
He's on cocaine. Have you ever done cocaine? You're going to be temperamental and unapologetic. Those are the two things. And then you also might have a business idea.
And you want to talk about everything.
Yeah.
He was so good at improvising because he was doing so much
Right.
After being injured in a car accident in 1972, he took a 5-year break from music. It was a really bad car accident.
Oh, that's a really long break.
It almost killed him. And he returned to music in the 80s, focusing on a weird, like, jazz, dance, rock music. It's like that, like the precursor to, like, John Tesh is. That kind of like...
I don't know who that is.
It's like that weird jazzy, like, you know, the NBA song.
Like, what year are we in?
So we're in the 1980s right now.
So it was like disco.
No, it's not like it's weird. It's like you've heard it.
Was the disco 70s?
Disco was like late 70s.
So then the 80s. It's
disco
also
died
like
in the 80s.
Disco died?
Yeah.
Tell my stepmom.
It died in the 80s.
Just kidding. She's not my stepmom.
He died of pneumonia and respiratory failure.
He died?
We're
already jumping to his death?
Yeah.
All right.
A year after receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys.
Respiratory failure.
Yeah, because he smoked copious amounts of cigarettes.
So many cigarettes, yeah.
Cigarettes were like, you just were born smoking.
Yeah.
Miles was outspoken about the widespread racism he encountered as a black man in America, including his police brutality that he experienced. Have you ever experienced police brutality?
In that, no, of course I haven't.
But you've been arrested before.
I've been arrested.
I've never been arrested.
But he put my handcuffs on too tight, and
you cried?
I got really upset, and because I was trying to break out of them. I literally thought I was going to break out of them, get out of the cop car, and run away. That was my big plan.
Is that how drunk you were?
Yeah.
What did you blow?
Well, I blew a .18, but I think if they would have waited, because right before I left the bar, I took like 5 shots of Jameson. I got pulled over immediately after I left the bar. I think if they would have waited for it to get into my system,
you would have been like a 2-3.
Yeah. I was fucked up. But my handcuffs were too tight, and I was like, can you loosen these? These are way too tight. He's like, you're arrested. Like, you're supposed to be in pain right now. And I'm like, they just like don't need to be this tight. And then he loosened them. And then I tried to break out of them. I was like willing to break my hands to get out of them.
Wow.
I was like, I'm gonna break my hands to get out of these. And then I'm like, I didn't really think this one through because I was in the middle of the Arizona desert. I'm like, I'm gonna run into one cactus and then he's gonna tase me. So anyway, no, there was no police brutality in.
He was very nice to you when he arrested you.
No, he was not nice to me at all. He was like, you're a fucking piece of shit and you're going to jail.
But he like roughed you up.
But he didn't. Yeah, he didn't punch me.
I had a cop pull a gun on me because he thought that I was like 16 and I had a flat tire. And I took my jack, and someone thought that my jack was a gun. So when I was waiting to get my tire changed, cops came behind me, and I got out the car thinking that they were going to help me. And they came out.
Silly
I know.
Black man in America.
I know.
I'm sorry for you. Tricks are for kids, baby boy. The cops are for you.
They came with their guns drawn, and they like threw me in the car. And, I peed my pants. I was so scared.
Yeah.
Come to my head. Like I was thinking, like. If I had my cell phone at the time, if I came out with my cell phone, I would have been dead.
Yeah.
But then they searched my car, they didn't find anything, and then I just remember asking them like, "Why did they do this?" And then they told me, "Oh, someone thought you had a gun. They got the car left."
Yeah.
And that was it.
That's crazy. So my ex-in-laws, their friend was driving home drunk in South Carolina, white guy driving home drunk from the bar, and he was like really close to his house, got pulled over, and then he just was like, "Fuck it, I'm just going to my house." But like the cops were following him, and because he didn't pull over and he went to his house. When he got out of his car, the cops fucking kicked his ass.
Wow.
Like, white privilege is dead in the South.
Okay,
now.
I'm gonna
Like,
orally
it
read
was, like,
aloud what I'm
both
changing in
eyes,
the
like,
description,
neither eye
Nerd
would
Squad, for this
open.
video
She
before I
Oh,
save it.
damn.
Like, just fucking
2:23, 2:07
brutalized.
p.m.
And,
Unit
like,
207
some other
has
shit
manually
happened.
Yeah.
He said
imputed
some
service
shit,
worker
some
and one
stuff,
individual
yeah,
tried
no, but
designated.
these guys, no
Then
mercy,
set
got the
task
fucking
to
bar
terminate
up to start.
network
Yeah.
at
And I was like, that is on
HTTPS
progress,
YouTube,
baby.
then
Yeah.
added today
Progress,
Google
white guys
Google
are
accounts
gonna
each
have
time
it
any
now.
tab is
When
opened.
they start
Spare
brutality,
renderer 1, 2, and
Yeah.
3. When
don't
Tubi or
stop.
Pluto or
Yeah,
Spotify has
Miles
attempted
was-
3 or
he
more
was very
service
outspoken
workers,
against
fine.
Miles.
Weird tasks, so no
Many
more
encountered
of
this
those
encounter.
as
Black
of
man
today.
is-
Note for FBI Nerd Squad.
So yeah, so I played some Miles Davis for Brittany.
It's a
And
miracle I'm still awake. It's
and-
so boring.
it's chill, it's jazz.
Yeah, you can tell he was on heroin.
Yeah. It's
Clicking to
fucking jazz.
upload a
So
photo.
It's
Miles-
not jazzy jazz.
Looking
It's
at
fucking
spare
cool jazz.
render,
Yeah.
looking
That's
at shared
jazz.
worker
It's jazz, baby.
Chrome,
That's jazz.
It's cool jazz.
Maybe it is.
looking
So
to
Miles
see which
Davis'
processes
creativity and
initiates what I'm
innovation
doing.
majorly shaped the course of the 20th century's music that Brittany absolutely fucking hates. This man changed music. I play it for her. She's like, yawn.
It's
I wanna
like
put me to
taking a
sleep.
Xanax.
Yeah, but he's on this show, so we know he's not an angel. This podcast would be boring if we just talked about all the good things that people do. So let's get into this scumbaggery, much of which comes from Davis' very own autobiography, because dude knew how to tell himself. So he was a snitch. So
On himself?
yeah. So he took he didn't hide.
Shared worker
Yeah,
now
that's
showing
why I
up
like
at
him. So
file
this is all the
manager
shit that
when
that
I
we
attempt to
have right
open
now.
up the
This all
thumbnails.
comes from Miles Davis' biography. Okay. Davis had a prolific love life. He liked to fuck. He was a legendary
Legendary fucker.
Yeah. But as a teen, Davis was too preoccupied with music to think about the ladies. He said, I didn't pay much attention to the kind of shit that just seemed to make them bitches more serious about getting me into bed. So, as a woman, if a man ignores you, does that make you want him more?
Oh my god, ignoring me is my kink.
Yeah.
Right now I'm on day 6 of being ignored and I'm planning a family.
Yeah, I get these messages from Brittany all the time. I'm like her fucking shaman, her fucking.
He's my
guru.
life coach. He's my assistant. He's my
Yeah.
manager. He's my friend. He's my
There's a lot that takes for being Brittany.
yeah.
But I'm here for it. I love it. So guys, if you want to get into a girl's pants, ignore her. Fucking ignore her. She will.
But it also works the other way around. Like if you're in a room with
Attempting
a guy
to open up
you're
my
interested
screen
in him, what you
captures,
have to do
only
is
my
ignore it.
screen
Ignore.
captures to see what
Yeah.
it does
Because
to
we're
the
all
task
unwell.
manager.
Yeah.
And we all just want the people
down.
that don't want us to want us
Yeah.
because it's like it's a parent
We've
thing.
got the
It's like
spare
my
renderer.
mom
We've
didn't
got a
love me, so now
subframe
anyone who doesn't love me,
untrusted.
I'm like, why don't you love me?
We've got a tab for the screenshot.
Love me! And they just kill themselves like my mom did.
So Miles,
Like I would rather die than give you love. That's exactly
hilarious.
what happened. My mom's like, actually, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
So Miles ignored everybody, and he said it made the women want him more while he was a teen. But then his whole life changed when he met Irene Berth at the age of 16. He writes, she had some real pretty feet.
Oh, he's the foot fetish
Yeah.
guy. Okay.
I'm always a sucker for pretty little feet.
Yeah, he's a
Okay,
foot
saving the
fetish.
Outside
changes
of
in
her
the
being
description.
pretty
Nerd Squad at 2:15
He
p.m.
can stop doing his voice, you know.
Her feet is really attracted to me. So he just mentioned her feet 3 times.
Yeah, he's a foot fetish whore.
Yeah, and Irene quickly got pregnant with their first 3 kids. So he met her, he
Yeah,
knocked
boom,
her up.
boom.
Do you like feet?
No.
No.
I want a guy to have nice feet, but I'm not like sexually attracted to feet.
People are really into feet.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I'm not really into feet.
Yeah,
I don't like.
people are. I don't know what
looking
that
at feet.
is.
I don't like sucking feet.
Okay, well,
I don't like feet in my face.
Miles Davis did, so.
He's a foot fetish guy.
Yeah.
Our baby joined Davis in New York in 1944, but according to The Guardian, her presence irritated him. She was forced to move into the flat of jazz singer Betty Carter.
Yeah, after he got her, he was done with her. That's how it always
Yeah,
works.
so he was like, "Yo, I'm fucking tired of this bitch.
Fucking tired of this.
I needed to get out of here. She's a bad."
She just has a little hole in the ceiling that she sticks her feet in. He could just,
just sucks her
just
toes?
sucks her toes. Yeah.
Have you ever had a guy that like was really into your feet?
I mean, maybe someone tried to be, and I like kicked them.
And you're like, "Get the fuck."
Like, get the fuck out of here.
11 years later, Davis would go to jail for refusing to pay Irene child support. So he was a deadbeat dad.
Mhm.
He eventually paid it to keep her off his back.
Yeah.
That was his quote. I paid it to keep her off my back.
Yeah.
Then in 1978, he'd go back to jail yet again for refusing to pay child support. This time to a different girlfriend.
Okay.
So he had multiple.
So he has a pattern.
Yeah. Davis went to Paris in 1949. Had an intense love affair with musician Juliet Greco.
That's exciting. Good for him.
Yeah. Let me see. We'll see what Juliet Greco looks like.
I mean, Miles Davis looks like shit, so if he pulled anything at all, he's alright. She's a little snatch.
She's a little French.
A little French. A little intense love affair.
A little croissant. A little chicken
croissant. A little
croissant.
baguette.
He fell into heroin habit. He was so depressed he fell in love with heroin. It got really bad. He writes, shooting heroin changed my whole personality from being a nice, quiet, honest, caring person into someone who has a complete opposite and addiction to the drug. It was the thing that drove me.
Him and him alone. Nobody else has ever had any complaints about heroin. Heroin is usually widely regarded as a drug.
He said heroin told him into the complete opposite person who he was. I mean, that's what it does.
Yeah, he's like, heroin made me addicted to heroin, which is crazy because I didn't hear that about heroin. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he goes. He was so driven to get heroin, it just rules his day. All he wanted to do is get heroin. He'll do anything not to get sick. So if you don't do the drug,
right, you get sick.
He had an addiction, and by anything, Davis really meant anything. He became a pimp. He started exploiting sex workers. In his autobiography, he writes, I was a pimp. I had lots of girls. I started to get money from whores to feed and support my habit.
Didn't his music pay for it?
No, he was spending so much money on heroin. Like, he just had to do other things, another stream of
he needed a side hustle. Listen, I get it.
Yeah, he had a side hustle. He was a pimp. He had lots of girls.
Never knock a side hustle.
He started to get money from the whores to feed and support my habit. I started to pimp them. Even before I realized that what I was doing, I would just call them, I started to get money from them.
So just a junkie. Like, I don't think he needs to call himself a professional junkie.
Yeah, he says
I think, like, he's given himself a lot of credit.
I was a professional junkie.
Okay, well, then I'm, a professional masturbator. Like, let's
Is that all you live for? How many days? How many times a day?
Like 5.
5?
My sex toys look like the Upside Down.
He said that's all he lived for. He has one time, I had a whole stable of bitches out in the street for me. A whole stable of bitches. He said I had a whole stable of bitches out there on the street for me. I took them to dinner and shit like that. We get down on the sex thing too. So he's like, I'll fuck these bitches too. But then.
So did he get AIDS?
No, he probably did. There were people that thought that when he died, that he had AIDS.
Yeah, because he looks a little AIDSy.
When you get AIDS, you don't die. You don't die of AIDS. You die of complications. But that wasn't much because heroin takes away your sex drive. I just treated these prostitutes the way anybody else would. I respected them, and I would give them money.
Oh yeah, that's how prostitutes are usually treated. I respected them. I treated them like everybody treats prostitutes.
He treat them like
they're fucking anybody. Professors at Harvard.
I respect them, and I would give them money and to get them off. So through his addiction, Davis's dad continues to send him money. Most of it he spent on drugs. So
his dad is sending him money.
Yeah.
While he's famous and a pimp.
Yeah.
God, do you know how bad you have to be at money management?
Or how much heroin
you have to do? Or he maybe had a bad drug dealer who was overcharging him because I don't think heroin's that expensive.
But no, he was doing so much heroin.
My aunt did a lot of heroin and then she just died. So I don't think he was doing that much heroin.
No, he must have been. Your aunt wasn't a professional.
She was. She did it for fucking 35 years.
35 years?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. R.I.P. Brittany's aunt.
R.I.P. to a real one.
Yeah.
But she died of complications because heroin fucks your guts up. But
yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan.
The only thing I want fucking my guts up is a dick.
Yeah, I'm not.
Sorry.
One thing about Brittany, she is going to be consistent. She's going to be consistent and who she is as a person. And we love her for that. Don't ever change. So David stole from his friends, including he scored a trumpet from Dark Terry, one of his friends. And one day,
did you just call him Dark Terry?
Dark Terry, yeah, that was his name, Dark Terry.
Punch you in the face.
Davis stole from his friends.
That's like when my dad called that guy Dark Jimmy. Remember?
Dark Jimmy. Yeah, I remember Dark Jimmy. Why don't you just call him Jimmy? That's his name. Yeah, he stole a trumpet from his friend Dark Terry. One day
Davis have his own trumpet. Why the fuck is he stealing trumpets?
Because he didn't have trumpets. He stole from Dark Terry.
Main thing.
Yes, he stole from a man. He stole from a man, Dark Terry. Terry found him on a street curb. He brought him breakfast and he let him rest in the hotel room. Davis writes, he told me when I felt well enough to leave to just lock myself out of the house and lock the door.
And then he never left.
But he said I could stay as long as I wanted. That's how
he stayed for the rest of his life. That's where he died.
That's how tight we were. And as soon as he left, I opened up the drawers and closets and I took everything I could and I got the fuck out of it. So his friend let him stay in his house. He's like, hey, man.
Terry got fucking ran through.
He goes, stay as long as you want. He made him breakfast.
Jerry Curl Davis.
He made him breakfast. He's like, stay as long as you want. He's like, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Dewey Davis robbed his ass.
And then he stole it. In 1954, addiction addled Davis. He was fucking up. He reunited with his lover, Juliet Greco. He writes, I reached by being cold to her. Okay. I went into a black pimp role and demand money from her. Later that year, he went cold turkey.
Doing his voice, or is this?
No, I love. Can I speak his mouth?
Nerd Squad. I'm clicking on my files just to see what it does to the task manager. All right, we have another spare renderer. We have tab files. We have shared worker, which isn't a real thing. That's the domestic terrorist
upstairs. Later that year, he went cold turkey, locked himself in his father's house, and kicked his heroin habit. So
that's how they've been changing the files. I'm guessing the Nerd Squad already knows this, because for those of you that missed it, everything I'm doing right now, I haven't even been ordered to keep doing. The FBI told me to do it once this morning, and they told me not to click on my YouTube videos yesterday because they were using it to gather data and evidence.
Fucking chumps, man. Just because you don't have shit going on doesn't mean the woman can't have shit going on.
They're using the extension office editing for documents and spare renderer even when I close the files.
Heroin problem and Jerry curls. Like,
a woman should be with her man, and he wanted her out of West Side Story.
Clicking on the files again.
In 1960, and the relationship quickly descended into
opening up the task manager. Clicking on the spare renderer, terminating that, allowing the shared worker that is actually a domestic terrorist who's providing evidence of their criminality. Clicking on downloads.
I think what happens is when don't you go on other things?
Yeah, let me speak for the addict.
Selecting all.
You just fucking find something
deleting them.
Yeah, what's for an addict?
155 items.
He's getting high off kicking her ass.
Clicking on camera.
That's what he would do. He would just constantly beat her ass.
Yeah.
Unit 207 is excited. They think they're going to be doing something right now. I'm not looking at the task manager. Erase 2 offline recordings.
Highly likely.
Opening up the task manager. We have extension image loader, which they just immediately closed without me ending it.
Probably.
That's what I'm saying.
Spare renderer, which I closed. Tab camera, they're controlling that.
Have I ever fucked a gay guy?
It's listed as shared worker. I'll have to add that into
Statistically.
There's no way
the description
This
here.
is a numbers game.
Yeah, it's not one that I know of.
Yeah, so this is all
editing in the description.
Childhood. So now they say that Davis, he grew up watching
for
his
this
mother and
live
his father have violent fights, which included his father beating his mother hard enough to knock out all of her teeth.
Like your nerve endings just hanging
Yeah, have you
out?
ever had the teeth dream? Where your teeth are falling out?
What does that mean? It's got to mean something.
It means something. I feel like that's like a common thing. Oh, curb stomp. No, man, we didn't go. The curb stomp. Oh, have you seen that scene where the guy gets his teeth knocked out?
No.
It's my nightmare.
People threatened to curb stomp me in high school, though.
And you didn't know what they're talking about?
No, I did. It was one of the football players. He said that I was such a slut. He wanted to curb stomp me. And I went up to his locker. I was like, curb stomp me, buddy. And he didn't. Bummer.
Now you're still here. And Davis, he seems to continue the cycle of violence because that's what you do as a kid. If you see violence as a kid, if you see violence growing up, you're going to be a violent person. Once after party, Francis.
Okay, Nerd Squad, adding into the description of this live at 2:26 p.m. 2:25 p.m. have shared worker listed to trigger on all my offline videos.
She said, before I knew it, I was on the
And
floor. It was the
screenshots.
most unbelievable.
How they have been blocking
ever.
podcasts, erasing offline
punched her in the
videos.
face.
They blocked me from sending
Yeah.
to the FBI, etc.
Yeah,
Then it goes to the 2:07 p.m. update.
But
Unit
what was it,
207 as
60s,
manually
70s,
imputed
80s?
service
Yeah.
worker and one individual tried designated.
Yeah, Frances went
Then
rightfully
set
through
task
there
to
and found
terminate.
safety.
Yada yada yada.
Evans. She told the New York Times, and she recalled that I actually left.
And I'm
money
about to
for
save
my
it, Nerd
life.
Squad, but I have to erase more of the
I was
bottom
so
of this
afraid
to
of
fit the character limit
was
with
that
the
violent.
ellipses.
She divorced him in 1965, and in his autobiography, he wrote, "Every time I hit her, I felt bad because of a lot of it really wasn't her fault. But it
Yeah,
had
oh
to do."
no, you don't say, Miles.
He said, because a lot of it really wasn't her fault. Every time I hit her in her fucking face,
Every
felt
time I
bad.
knocked a tooth out, I felt bad because I wasn't the tooth
Because
fairy.
it wasn't her fault, but it had to do with
I
me
know.
being temperamental and
I know.
jealous. That's
Yeah,
it.
he's a fucking loser.
Yeah.
All these guys are fucking losers. They're all
David
just
seemed
so
to.
insecure.
That's it. David seemed to approve and even encourage his pals to be violent too. One story has Davis watching singer Billy Eckstein with his approval as Eckstein slapped his girlfriend. So they would just sit around and just watch each other beat. He was a prolific philanderer, according to LA Times.
Okay, saving it at
His love
2:28 p.m.
life in the
PST,
late
Nerd Squad.
1960s was a series of overlapping encounters fueled by ego, lies that damaged everyone but himself. So he was just like ruining people's lives.
Yeah, he's a mess, and his music is trash.
His music
Now
is
they've
not
got
trash.
extension
I
office
almost fell
editing for
asleep when you
docs
played it.
and spare
Because you
renderer
don't have
at the
an
same
appreciation.
time at
Yeah.
2:28
I don't
p.m.
have an appreciation
Ending both of
people
those
who
tasks,
beat their
Nerd Squad.
wives
No, yeah, he's an awful
with
person.
trumpets.
Yeah. In 19-
Steals trumpets. Steals Dark Jimmy's
Yeah.
fucking.
So Frances got out of there. She was able to get out. Yeah. In 1968, of course, he can't just leave and be by himself. He has to marry another woman and ruin her life.
Right, of course.
So he married musician Betty Marby, of whom he said she was a high-class groupie who was very talented, but who didn't believe in her own talent. She didn't believe in herself. A couple years later, he divorced her. Betty said it was because of his violent temper. So he's not really good. He's not really good at his relationships.
Yeah, no, he's not really good at much.
Process
No, he's
ID, Nerd Squad, for the
Yeah.
ongoing
An
attempts to
instrumental helps
terminate the
deliver
live
that.
stream with service worker is 26391.
What do you appreciate?
The fact that it's all over.
26391, Nerd Squad.
We're gonna start getting emails like, "Is Brittany okay?" And I'm like, "No, she's not. She's not okay."
Being alive is my life sentence.
Yeah. That's good. During his 5-year break from making music between 1975 and 1980, after his car accident, he became addicted to cocaine.
Hell yeah, dude.
Which, unlike heroin, did not seem to drain his sex drive.
Did he fucking make music then? Because I bet it would have been a little better than
No.
that sleepy ass
No.
heroin shit I was listening
So
to.
he did make music. He took 5 years off after the car
Wow.
accident. He
Cocaine and you're not making music?
But he said that cocaine he said it didn't kill his sex drive, which I heard that cocaine,
Kills boners.
yeah, kills boner.
Yeah.
He writes, I had so many different women, I lost track of most of them. I don't even remember their names.
Yeah, join the club.
His long time,
I mean, who's remembering names?
oh, I didn't know this. Listen, you know this. His longtime lover, Oscar-nominated actress, Cicely Tyson, nursed him back to
From
health.
like the Sicily chicken family?
You know why I like
Tyson?
Britney Schmidt, guys?
Tyson?
You don't know who
That's
Cicely
right,
Tyson
because
is?
she's
No.
a slut, dude.
I meant Tyson chicken.
Can you pull up Cicely Tyson for like the class? She's a great actress. She just died, I think, at 100.
She's a slut, and her mom was
No
fucking
relation
crazy,
to
dude.
Tyson.
That's why
No
I like her.
relation to Tyson. Not at all.
Do you know who Tyson chicken
Yeah.
We
is?
like
Is it
what we
Mike
are,
Tyson?
don't
No,
we,
it's not Mike
everybody?
Tyson. She's not
That's
related to
true.
any of those Tysons.
Plus Tysons to not
She's
any
a
of them be the
Oscar.
chickens.
I've never met a
Oscar,
slutty girl who had a
The
crazy
most
mom that I
famous
didn't adore,
Tyson is
actually,
chicken.
truth be told.
Is that from that's from Roots?
Okay, I don't know who this is. Think
Nor
so.
have I met a slutty man with a crazy
I know.
dad who
I've
I
been
didn't
doing
adore
just
as
fine
well.
not paying attention.
Goes both
This
ways.
is like pop. She's an icon.
I don't know anything.
I know.
And now is not when I'm going to start learning.
Yeah. Well, you know Cicely Tyson.
No, I don't.
She got him back to health. She helped him get back to making music, and they married in 1981. He repaid her, for her troubles by cheating on her 5 days after the wedding.
God, this guy's trash. I hate that.
He repaid her by cheating on her. She nursed him. She nursed him back to health for 5 years. Got him back on his feet.
I hate that.
They got married.
I hate
And 5 days after their wedding, he cheated on her.
He probably cheated her
Why?
at the wedding.
Why? Why?
Because he's trash.
Someone asked why. He writes,
He fucking
I
trumpet
didn't
up someone's ass.
feel the sex thing with her anymore.
Oh, this loser.
Well, people often write off David's his violence as a result of his drug and alcohol abuse. They write it off and they say, well, he was a drug addict and alcohol abuse. Even after Cicely helped him recover, the violence continued. In his autobiography, he wrote, he slapped the shit out of her. Cicely once in the 80s, when she brought over a friend he didn't like, he slapped her in front of the friend because he told her not to bring the woman over the house. And she brought the woman.
Some of you are like, why haven't you power washed it like the other one? Because you dumb fucks.
After he slapped her,
The FBI didn't even need to tell me that shit. I saw what you did to Indy's laptop right after you did the same shit to Garrett's.
Miles apparently wasn't much better when it came to being a father. His firstborn son, Gregory, wrote in a biography that Miles...
Also, remember, what did the FBI call this laptop?
With a splintered
the think tank.
Miles
it was a military reference.
Girlfriends?
No, his girlfriend. So
they love this laptop. They've been saying that since August.
In his autobiography that he would beat... You remember a vivid story about how Miles would beat his girlfriend with the drumstick. Miles regularly brought Gregory on drug deals as a bodyguard.
Hilarious. This is where it's getting good.
Hey,
a child bodyguard? Come on, what?
Hey, Gregory often...
Dad.
Hey, Gregory often had to fight drug dealers because Miles talked shit.
So Gregory actually had to work.
Yeah. Also, very weirdly, Miles once suggested having a foursome with Gregory and his wife. Gregory declined.
Miles wanted to fuck his son.
So I guess
a foursome is when y'all are fucking.
No, I think maybe it was just like a switch.
I'm going to edit in the description again at 2:34 for this live.
Foursome is like an orgy.
That's what I tried to tell somebody.
Yeah.
If you have a
2:34 p.m.
Threesome, everybody's playing with everybody. Foursome, everybody's playing with everybody.
Deleted.
Is it still a threesome?
Screenshots.
So like 2 girls and 1 guy. The girls don't touch
and
each other.
remaining offline recordings.
2 different girls.
Okay, so in order
due to terrorists and unit 207 also using local storage
Yeah. It's very important.
And images per task manager.
So
because we can't really know history.
No. So we've come to the conclusion that Miles Davis sucked, right?
Miles Davis is trash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here's a funny anecdote.
It's gonna be hilarious.
That we're not mad about. Okay. When President Ronald Reagan invited Davis to dine at the White House,
saving at 2:35 p.m. PST Night Squad.
People didn't know who he was. During dinner, Nancy Reagan asked Davis what he'd done to deserve to be invited.
Hilarious.
You have to keep in mind, guys, everything that I'm writing in there, the FBI didn't even ask me to do. They asked me to do this shit, which I did this morning. They didn't say, keep doing it when you see them resuming. They did tell me not to click on my YouTube videos while I'm recording the live again. Like they said yesterday, so they could collect data and evidence.
What? He said that to her face.
But everything else that's going on, it's of my own accord.
Bitch needs to be told.
I'm not going to Tubi and watching a foreign movie because the FBI said not to. I'm not doing it because I'm looking at the task manager and you fucking dumbasses are requesting to go to prison. The whistleblowers aren't, but they have to blend in. They're at risk of being shot or wrongfully committed for 5
So I
days,
obviously don't understand music or how he changed
That's
the
some
course
shit.
of it 5 times.
Remember what Tim Dillon said yesterday too.
Music is boring.
$30,000? That's what your life's worth? That's
The
what your
only
life's
redeeming
worth?
thing about him is that
No.
he told the president's wife. What else did you do to
We landed upside down, motherfucker. I almost died.
Who claps back? A pimp, don't hold that against him, but heroin, also don't hold that against him. But he's just like kind of a piece of shit. He's just again like another, like jealous, these fucking guys who get like a little bit of success in the beginning of their careers and then they pull women out of their own careers, out of their own success because they're so jealous.
He did that multiple times.
Multiple times. And he just looks like shit and he acts like shit and he never turned it around. I'll give him an 86.
86.
That's high. He's scumming, dude. I don't know what he did. I just heard his music for the first time today.
It just broke. I appreciate Miles Davis as an artist. I think that.
But I grew up under a rock.
You did in Wisconsin. Yeah. I appreciate him as an artist. The whole turn your back. That's like fucking. I like that.
That's icon shit.
Yeah, because when you like, it's like comedy. Like people, I don't do my comedy for anybody else but myself. And that's what his whole thing.
That's why you're so successful.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing okay.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not fucking JFL New Faces, bitch.
I'm just kidding.
You see how she just fucking just.
I'm on one today. I'm sorry.
I know she is on one today.
I'm
Just like good thing I'm used to it. I don't fucking.
I'm a
care.
fucking bully.
Exactly. I'm gonna go 77 because he did change music so many times. I'm not a really big fan of jazz, but I appreciate the brilliance of what he did and like how he revolutionized music and some of his elements that he did is still in music today. Like I said, bebop is like a precursor to like a lot of rap music that we listen to. But yeah, he was awful. He's awful. The fact that he lived to 65 is fucking ridiculous to me. And you can't treat women like this. This is fucking ridiculous. So I know the answer to this question. Do we still stand with today's comeback? Now let's factor in Miles Davis' legacy. This is good. I'll weigh the bat.
What? I just am hearing about him for the first time today.
This completely reinventing a musical genre 5 times make up for cheating a million times.
I don't even care about the cheating. It's punching a bitch in the face at a party. Like that's just wild.
In public. Like that.
And making her quit her career when she's on West Side Story.
Yeah, she's on Broadway.
Sorry, she's flexing on your ass and you can't handle it. No, we don't fucking stand for him.
She's a black woman that was in it too. Like,
he's oppressive.
He's a piece of shit. And he does look ashy all the time.
Yes, and that is a problem.
Have you ever taken a partner for granted even after they help you get off your cocaine habit?
Yeah, I've done coke so many times.
Well, no, have you taken somebody from granted? Like if someone
100%. We all take people for granted. I think people do stuff for us and then we forget how much they did for us and then we walk away because we're a new version of ourselves and we're like, I don't need you. Yeah. And then you like, of course.
Yeah, my grandmother would always say, "Don't expect for people to do for you what you do for them." And that I have a hard time with that, especially being in this business, because I try to help people whenever I can. Yeah. And then like I
gotta knock that off.
I know, because I become that person when people need things like, oh yeah, Matina will help me. Matina does. Matina does. And I take pride in that, but sometimes I do expect for these people to help me out. And I've had enough people help me out. So.
I help you out.
You do help me out. I love you for that too.
I love you.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's our episode, ladies and gentlemen. That is our show for the day. If you're enjoying Scumbags of History, please make sure you're not a scumbag and you leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't be a fucking scumbag, okay? Subscribe us for future reference. Subscribe to us for future episodes. We love you for it. And we'll see you next week. I'm Mateen Stewart.
And I'm Brittany Schmidt.
Bye, scumbags.
Bye.
Peace.
I'm not selecting another episode in this podcast because I want to see what it rolls into and if that does anything on the task manager. But it appears that the podcast is just going to stop. Oh no, it's trying to roll into Miles Davis tribute. Push and cancel on that. That didn't open anything in the task manager. I just X'd out of that. Didn't open anything, and we've got a service worker trying to get on YouTube with extension and spare renderer ending those processes at 2:41 p.m. Unit 207 is trying something different, something like they did yesterday because the laptop's suddenly making really loud noises. Editing the description again, Nerd Squad. 2:46 p.m. No thumbnails going forward. Saving Nerd Squad at 2:46 p.m. Setting the recording date and location, Nerd Squad, for this recording. Saving at 2:47. You ready, Nerd Squad? Setting it to public per the FBI's instructions, guys. Saving at 2:47 p.m. I am ending this live stream. A new one will initiate in 90 seconds or less that will remain private as the domestic terrorist upstairs perpetrate more crimes of domestic terrorism. Read the description.